And welcome to the UTLA Intramural Finals. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, UFT Esports. It's a beautiful Friday night, snowing everywhere but Toronto. It's nice and chilly, means that it's perfect to come inside and watch a wonderful finals. I'm your host, Will. Joined with me is Romeo. Romeo, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. I got my pizza. We were talking about that before this goes on. It's pizza. It's Stranger Things this week. And now it is League of Legends Intramural Finals. And I am hyped for this.
Hype doesn't even start, to put it the right way, because these are the two most dominant teams throughout all of Intramural this season, Romeo. We're in for a treat. Both teams, they're undefeated the entire tournament in games, aside for one group stage game they played against each other, where 2LG came out on top. But I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit. Let's introduce the teams a little bit, starting with 4.5 inters. In the top lane, you have the Panda, Ballot Jungle, Seraphos mid, Manskills on AD, and Moon support. Facing off against 2-lane Glory. Let's take a quick look at what they're bringing up to the table. We've got Sub 01 in the top lane, Jaspy in the jungle, Edo Bob 01 in the mid lane, FN Vinegar on AD, and Siesta support. Romeo, these are two absolutely talented rosters. It's a little bit different this time round, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to break right into draft. Instead, we're in for a treat. We're going to get 1v1 on Howling Abyss to decide decide side selection for game one. Romeo, break it down for us a little bit. What are we going to see?
So I believe do we have the two players that are going into this? It's you have the names, right? It's Panda taking on
Siesta.
Panda's taking on Siesta, and it looks like we're going to be getting a Lee Sin versus Lee Sin 1v1 on the Howling Abyss, which means this is going to be a very quick and very bloody 1v1 for side selection.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, explain the rules a little bit. It is first blood, first to 100 CS, or first to first tower. It's your standard Howling Abyss 1v1 for side selection. It's top laner versus support. I don't think you can get much more exciting than this, can you, Romeo?
Top lane, I'm not going to lie. Going into a Lee Sin 1v1, I'm usually not throwing my top laner in there, but I'm definitely not throwing my support in there. And that's why I think this is amazing. It's like you're going to have the two guys who are super unlikely to interact with each other in the first 10 minutes of this game going 1v1 in the middle of a single lane. But I got to ask you, 2-lane Glory, right? Do they need 2 lanes to thrive, or do you think they have an advantage in this 1v1 with it being their top laner?
Oh, I mean, come on. If I'm going to count on somebody to win via 1v1, it's going to be that island. It's going to be that top laner. And I'm definitely putting him on like some sort of bruiser, like the Lee Sin, as we're going to start to, we're loaded into the map a little bit. We're going to get it underway just very shortly. But Lee Sin 1v1, this is as volatile as it gets as we break onto Howling Abyss.
And only one Lee Sin coming into this with the skin.
Oh my god, yeah. Skins equals
Panda's
wins.
got pool party.
Skins equals wins.
Pool party in the middle of winter is diabolical, right?
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was going to be able to walk just fine in a sweater today. Absolutely not the case. It's blistering cold everywhere. makes it all the better to get to sit at home, enjoy a nice evening. Romeo, how has your evening been so far?
My evening's been great. It was cold on the Mississauga campus today. It was freezing for some reason. So I'm very happy to be in my nice warm sweater watching some League of Legends. Let's talk about the summoner spells real quick. Are you?
Well, it looks like, though it might be two different champions, we're getting two different sets of summoner spells. Flash Ignite for the Panda versus Exhaust Ignite for Siesta, as we're going to get right underway. Get first to 100 CS to First Blood, or the first towers. You get a little bit of trading. Siesta already down to half HP.
Surely the exhaust is going to be very useful in a 1v1, right? Like, I feel like taking Flash on Lee Sin in a 1v1 is probably not going to be... Oh, wait, there, he's going to dive right in. The Ignite's going to go through First Blood immediately for Panda, and all sums used from Siesta. Just shutting my mouth really quickly there.
Doesn't need the Flash. Doesn't need
anything.
Bots. Doesn't need anything, and that's about as quick as it can get. That's top laner versus support. I mean, is it fair to say that's exactly what I expected out of this 1v1?
A minute 33. That's all it took for a kill. A minute and 33 seconds. That's insane. And if the 1v1 is this bloody, do we think that's going to translate over to the Rift? Do we think in like the first couple minutes of the game there might be a first blood to open up this finals?
Well, that's a really interesting question, because if you look by the numbers, these are two of the bloodiest teams in the intramural. But they're also the two most dominant teams. Again, neither team dropping a game all tournament long, except to each other, except for that one game in group stage, where 2-Lane Glory managed to get the edge over 4.5 enters. So that begs the question. Is it because they were simply better than the rest of the team, better than the rest of the field? Or is it really because these are two bloodthirsty teams? I don't know. That's going to be a hard question to answer until we land on to the Rift.
What's very interesting about bloody teams is I feel like it's hard to control the chaos of a lot of matches where you're seeing a lot of kills across the Rift, right? I mean, if you're a great team and you're able to consistently pile kills on, it's one thing. But when it's two teams that are very hungry for blood on the Rift, I feel like it can go either way. Even if you're like, oh yeah, well, one team beat them in the past. When you see games with kills in the high numbers and not like CS control or objective control being like the main priority, it creates this very interesting... It's almost like, do you remember like 2022 play-ins?
You mean Worlds?
Yeah, like Worlds play-ins.
Oh my gosh, that was one of those beautiful tournaments I've ever watched. Oh,
where they were
God,
calling
yes,
it a clown fiesta, but it was just the most fun thing to watch in the world, because it wasn't just people sitting there farming up. It was people constantly making plays on each other, and no one felt safe on the Rift. That's what I'm expecting out of these two teams. I don't want anyone to feel safe for a second. I don't want us to be able to stop talking because there's too much fighting happening in the rivers, in the lanes. I want to see good support roams coming out. That's what I want out of this game.
And I hope that, like, I couldn't agree more, Romeo. I mean, again, two of the bloodiest teams statistically at the tournament. But, you know, it's the finals. A lot of money on the line. $100 brought to you by BMO Next Level, who's graciously sponsored this tournament to help you focus on what's important. BMO has both checking and savings accounts, credit cards, and borrowing options specifically designed for students. If you open a BMO student account and get up to $950 in value, including $175 cash, with BMO's current student offers. Visit bmo.com/students for details. Romeo, they graciously donated $100 as the prize pool for this tournament. That's honestly, that's a decent amount of cash on the line. Think it's going to change the way some of these people play?
I mean, you got to be nervous. And, like, I feel like as a student, is there any line you wouldn't go for $100? That's
absolutely not.
That's like 5 days lunch at the cafeteria.
Well, split among 5 people. That's like one lunch a person. You know what I mean?
That's like one good team meal together.
Well, I guess whoever's going to win this is going to treat the whole team to a great lunch, a great, beautiful lunch down in maybe Morrison Dining Hall at UC, maybe at the Vic Dining Hall, maybe even at Trin. But all good decisions, all good choices, and all calls for great celebration. We're getting a little bit of more information down from the lobby. Looks like Uh, looks like Two Lane Glory has gotten that blue side with the Panda selecting red side for 4.5 enters. It's an interesting pick. Looking for that counter pick on the red side on that R5 pick. It's going to
Speaking
be
of speaking of them choosing sides here, do we think Int might be pulling out that counter pick Nico pick coming in this draft now that they're on the red side? Do we think we could see a Nico come out?
Nico. Speaking of Nico, I think we might just see it. But at the same time, heard some rumors from Moon, the 4.5 enter support, that he dreamed of going 0-93 on Nico last night in the finals. I mean, I'm not a superstitious person, so maybe that wouldn't sway me. But we're going to have to see. Maybe that means we're going to be avoiding the Nico as we're starting to break into draft. Let's see who's picking up that Nico. Is it going to be Moon for 4.5 enters, or is it going to be Siesta on the side of Two Lane Glory? As we're getting a couple of bans here, Bane and Kiana for the red side on 4.5 enters, and Syndra and Wukong for Two Lane Glory.
Wukong still getting banned out in any form of competitive play. I love that champion. I love seeing a good Cyclone. I swear to God, he is impossible to pick when you are coming into any sort of match that isn't solo queue anymore. Because his ult's just so strong. Like you said, though, Syndra taken away, Vladimir taken away. I think it's worth mentioning, Victor has been being played a ton by I Know Noob. Do we think that could be a priority here?
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, the Galio pick was the one that kind of carried them through the semifinals to the finals. But like, these last 4 days in the week since the semifinals, I know Inobob has been spamming that Victor. But as we see, that first pick, Nico for Siesta on the side of Two Lane Glory, Moon's just not going to get the chance to go 0-93 on that champion.
Does that mean Moon's going to make him go 0-93? Was it actually just foreshadowing? Was it a bait? Caitlyn going to be the response locked in here from INT.
And that's for FN Vinegar. Caitlyn, one of his pump comfort picks. I mean, you saw back in the semifinals again, carrying a Caitlyn actually alongside the Nico. But this time, no such thing is happening. It's going over to the side of INT for man skills.
Ooh.
And as we see the Owlstar potentially getting locked in.
Oh,
it's the Bard.
That's way more exciting. I love a Bard pick. I love a fast meepy Bard.
And that's going to be tons of roams, tons of lane pressure, and tons of just activity around the map. And that's what you want to see in a finals just like this.
Yeah, especially the way Bard can use Tempered Fate. If you can land a good Temper Fate, I swear to God, it's better than a good Keeper's Verdict, where you can just take half the team out of the fight and start one-shotting people. It's the best counter to one person getting ahead on, like if 2LG, we see that Riven just gets locked in, pops off. You just Temper Fate it, take out the team, and then deal with the Riven. Hecarim going to come out, too. I don't see Hecarims much anymore.
But it seems to be a little bit of a comfort pick for Jaspy. He's got a couple of games on it this season. Performance, a little bit wishy-washy, but, in the finals like this, I think comfort is king, right? Do you agree with me here, Romeo? Comfort is really king.
Coming in with comfort picks and being able to lock in things definitely, especially in a first game, can get that stress out. Because when you're in finals, you fought all inter-bureau tournament to get to this position, and the nerves are going to be turned on. And by game 5, considering we've started at 9 p.m., fatigue is going to start setting in. So you definitely want your comfort picks on the starting end and the final matches of this best-of-5 series if you can. The other thing that I think is fun with a Hecarim Riven, the comp that TLG is playing right now, I feel like has picks that you don't see every day, and especially considering this is a tournament of a lot of low elo players and high elo players. I think the higher elo players are going to have a much more comfortable time dealing with something like a Hecarim or a Riven, whereas the lower elo players probably haven't seen these picks come out all that often, and it makes that question of surprise come into play.
Yeah, I mean, they do have that one game of acquaintanceship with each other, but at the end of the day, these are really just two fresh teams who haven't really played each other all that much. I mean, on one hand, you've got kind of the rock solid team comp of INT versus the kind of explosive Nico, Hecarim, and Riven comp for Two Lane Glory. It's a lot of mobility, a lot of engage. It's going to be a lot of excitement. We see last couple of bans moving through. That's 4 bans directed towards Seraphos of INT. and a couple of AD carries over to FN Vinegar. Looks like we're focusing down just a couple of different players on both sides. It's the AD for 2LG getting focused down, and the mid laner for INT getting focused down as the Dr. Mundo gets locked in. Beefy on beefy, Malphite Mundo. It's going to be hell of a front line to break through.
But the issue, of course, is there's no real damage threat outside of that Caitlyn at the moment. They're going to need a strong counter pick in the mid lane, and you're going to need that to be an AP champion. But it is going to put a lot of the onus right now on Caitlyn to find a way ahead in their lane, whether that's just through getting a huge CS advantage, or if it's going to be trying to dominate that other ADC.
And if you want to talk about powerful AP mid lane counter picks, Seraphos is the name of the game. That is the player to watch in this draft and on INT. Seraphos has the most MVP, was tied for the most MVPs during the group stage all throughout this tournament. Sticking with that Vlad and that Syndra, both of which unfortunately banned out in this game. But we're going to see some sort of counter pick come out from the side of INT. And it's going to be for the Seraphos, as it looks like, oh my gosh, is it maybe Zed? Oh, he's flipping through a couple of AD mid laners.
It needs to be an AP pick here. It really does. You're not going to get enough AP damage out of the Malphite and the Bard. Talia could be interesting. I don't hate a Talia pick here. Okay, that's nice. That's a really nice pickup for them.
And if you can recall a little bit back, just a week and a half ago, it was that Mel performance by Seraphos, that 11-1, 11-2, reminiscent of BDD in the finals against SKT T1, that really carried INT to the semifinals and now to the finals. It's not a pick he plays a ton of, but it's a lethal pick every time he gets the opportunity to lock it in. And that with both team comps decided, Romeo, whose team comp do you prefer moving into this game one?
I mean, here's my argument. I think 2LG has a great comfort comp. You're not locking in Riven unless you're really good at Riven, right? You're not locking in a Hecarim unless you're very comfortable in Hecarim. The problem is, I don't feel their champions synergize all that well. We have a lot of lockdown. Like, you got your Ash Arrow, you got Nico's Pop Blossom, Hecarim's going to be running in, getting some fears off. But you're missing a lot. Like, you don't really have a quick execution on these champions. I feel like Hecarim needs to get ahead for this team to work. Whereas on the other side, Int's playing a much more conventional comp. You have Caitlyn. She's just going to sit behind your big threats and just shoot from afar. You have Mel, who's going to be really good at reflecting something like an Ash Arrow if it's coming in to try to stun her or Caitlyn. And as long as they're able to stay behind and be peeled by the Malphites, the Bards, and the Mundo, who's going to be running straight at their Ash every chance he gets, Int's going to have a very time winning these team fights. On the other hand, if Riven gets headed for 2-lane glory, they can just kind of throw her in a side lane and have her just mash her keyboard against any champion that tries to follow her up there. So I think really in this game, you have to be watching that Riven in Hecarim to see if TLG has a chance.
I couldn't agree more. For me, though, the name of the game of this game one comes down to chaos versus organization. It's can 2LG, with this very chaotic composition, with the Ash Arrow, with the Galio, with the Hecarim, a lot of unconventional ways to engage, how is that going to disrupt the rock solid, fundamental, back to front team, front to back team fight comp of 4.5 inters? Like you said, you've got this Mel, you've got this Caitlyn who want to play at range, want to play a long way back, and have this Malphite and Mundo who wants to just really get up in your face and just tank all the damage for the team. But 2LG, I'm excited to watch a couple of flanks by Innobob. I'm excited to watch a monster engage by Jaspy. But most of all, I'm excited to watch just this insane side lane pressure from sub 01. Like you said, a couple kills on this Riven, pop her in the side lane, shred everybody by just rolling your face on the keyboard. I don't see a single champion on INT that's really going to be able to match not necessarily win the 1v1, but match the same level of pressure this Riven can put out, in that 20 to 25 minute mark.
I think the one issue is, I feel like Riven in the Malphite, it's hard for Riven to like get ahead super quick. And what do you think? Do you think there's anything they can build right now to really help with the tanks? Because I feel like Ash is a champion that doesn't do much damage into tanks, and Riven's not going to be your tank buster either.
So then I think that's the careful balance 2LG is really looking to strike in this game, right? It's like you don't want this game to kind of slip out of your hands. You don't want the tanks to run out of control, but at the same time, like Riven levels 1 through 6 Hecarim on that level 6 power spike with the AoE ultimate. it's a lot of it's really just striking that fine balance. Which team is really going to kind of snowball out of control first? I don't see a lot of items that you can build on the side of 2LG, but INT, they have plenty of choices. They really have the luxury of choice in this game one.
Yeah, they do. I got a very important question for you, though, Will. What Dragon Soul do you think it's going to be this game?
Oh, I hope it's a Hex Deck Soul. The reason I say that is I just think that's one of the few ways that INT is going to get like this kind of level of lockdown on 2LG. You know, it's that slow from the Hex Tech Soul that's so underrated nowadays. And that's really going to like just getting that Caitlyn auto off and slowing just a little bit. You know, the Caitlyn auto, not going to deal like the non-headshot auto, not going to deal the craziest amount of damage. But, you know, apply the electricity all over 2LG, all slowed down, and boom, Malphite all coming in. And that's a one fight right there. Can be also really well used on the side of 2LG. Get that chase down with that Ashe. Multiply the slow from the Hex Tech Soul with the slow from the Ashe. And that's a really good chase. As I think we're going to be breaking into the game right now onto the fresh winter map. This is game one of the UTLA intramural finals. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. This is what we've all been waiting for, Romeo.
And chat, right now, you can lock in your predictions for who you think is going to take game one. You go ahead and vote on it right now. We got a poll going, 2LG or INT. Who do we think takes game one based on these drafts? Right now, we're getting standard 5 points across the map. We don't really see anything interesting, but I don't think there's really an invade that you can do from either angle. I mean, Nico is going to have a great time stunning anyone who walks into her. And meanwhile, Mundo Cleaver will just kind of sit around and you can dance around that, doing a ton of damage early on. It does look like Malphite walking in to get a ward on the blue side's blue buff. Gonna get some damage off on Riven. Malphite Riven matchup, I looked it up as we were going into game. 54% favor in Diamond Plus for Malphite.
That's not what you want to see out of your top laner if you're 2LG. This with sub 01 being such a key pivotal part like in their success. We talked a little bit about it before the stream where sub 01, you know, he can be a little bit of a coin flippy player, but when he's on, oh my god, he is on. So it's about flipping the coin and landing on the heads. Calling the coin flip right and, you know, just punishing as much as you can. That level 1 trade chunking down to 2/3 HP is absolutely not what you want to start off.
No,
a little bit of trading going on.
Not at all. We are seeing Caitlyn doing that range advantage, though. She is going to be able to, if she can avoid the Nico, get a ton of damage off early. It's not happening just yet. That was a beautiful stun coming out there by Bard. Going to get the double stun, allow Caitlyn to walk out. Lots of pots being used in that bot lane very quickly. We are seeing the junglers pathing opposite, though. Hecarim going to be going to try to get that Riven ahead. Mundo going to be trying to get that Caitlyn ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of, like, that's just the kind of the name of the game, right? Like, you're not going to strong side the Malphite, but you really want to strong side the Riven. As we see a lot of heavy trading going on in top lane.
Panda locked down to a quarter of their HP. Malphite going to be living, but it's going to be very difficult with that Hecarim coming up there. If Hecarim can get a nice gank off, maybe, I mean, it's very hard to tower dive a Malphite this early on, but if you can find an angle, the wave's pushing in. If Hecarim decides to drop a camp and show up there, it could be a very dangerous situation for Panda.
Hovering over to the mid lane a little bit. Very standard trading. You know, Seraphos on that Mel with the range advantage, getting a little bit of a push advantage. But, lands the stun, lands the root, gets the full E, gets the full Q off. Chunking down in a bob to 1/3 HP. But, you know, you got the teleport. You can bail yourself out as the Galio if you want. Get that reset off. Come right back into the fray. They safe and sound. But, Romeo, for me... Looks like there was
first blood going to happen right off. It looks like Mel was able to find an angle on Galio. That's a crazy first blood to happen this early.
Oh, yeah. Looks like he's going to get the TP back into the mid lane. But Seraphos going to be able to shove in that wave back and return to lane without burning that TP. Such an advantage coming to this game. And it's on the player you want. It's on Seraphos. It's on the Mel. It's on that AP damage. 4.5 enters. I don't think you could be in a happier situation if you're on the side of INT.
Oh god, no. Getting that with your really one AP threat, some gold in this early, so he's going to be coming back with a large component. But meanwhile, bot side, big stun comes out, and Caitlyn going to go down to the Ashe, splash forward. They're going to try to get the kill on Bard as well. Slow's coming out. He is under turret. Can they finish it off? Are they going to go for the dive? One more hit, flash forward. Nico finds it. Moon's going to go down, and it's an execute. Siesta gets executed. They don't even get the gold returned back into their pocket.
There's no 0-93 Nico coming out in this game, but that's exactly what we wanted to see. The 2v2 dive in the bot lane, solo kill in the mid lane. That's 3 kills already, 3 kills in 4 minutes. And I think this is the start to what we're going to see as a really bloody game, Romeo, and that's exactly what we wanted. We get a little bit of trading up here in the top lane. The Panda, once again, come falling down, so like 1/4 HP. Lots of fighting. It's beautiful to see.
Yeah, it does look like that Lee Sin 1v1. Oh, huge reflect. Gonna reflect the Tangled Barbs. Meanwhile, bot side, Caitlyn gonna find a return kill on Ashe, who I don't believe backed after that kill. Caitlyn now gonna find a kill. It's even. We are 1 kill away from Feats of Warfare.
Yeah, I mean, punished a little bit for not getting that back off, like you said. But she's going to return with this BF sword. With 4.5 enters looking to start up the dragon. I wonder if 2LG is going to look to contest. You know, Hecarim is on the top side. Looks like they're giving. But that's like the momentum you get from that return kill. And I think 4.5 enters is in a very pretty spot.
Attempted steal from Nico. They did at least try to throw an ability at it.
It's the thought that counts, Romeo.
Of course. I think one of the huge notable differences we're seeing right now, though, top lane, Riven up 20 CS already. Mid side, Mel up 20 CS already, and doing so much damage to that Galio.
Yeah, we got that. But that's also sort of what we expected. The range advantage, the range advantage on the Mel, the early game advantage of this Riven. Like, even though you said, you know, it was a 54% win rate for the Malphite, doesn't look that way. In practice, I think it's sub 0-1 with that level 6 advantage, pressuring the Panda off of experience. Malphite being denied the level 6 power spike. It's a slaughter in the top lane. Leads expanding now to 25 gold.
Big stuns coming out on the bot side here. We see a lot of damage taken from Caitlyn, almost at that half health range. We're going to start seeing level 6 coming out from the ADC soon, and with that Crystal Arrow. Meanwhile, top side, Feats of Warfare are going to be claimed by Riven, who finds a kill on Malphite.
Start of the Riven Snowball. It's the start of 2LG's game plan. And, you know, we mentioned before that you would have been a little bit happier to be in the 4.5 enter seat, but you also be plenty happy to have a Fed Riven on your team.
Yeah, a Fed Riven can do wonders. Like we said, if that Riven can find her way in the side lanes, just getting kills, constantly pressuring towers, it will force Inters to send 2 or 3 people to go deal with that Riven, and you'll just find 2LG's team taking more and more objectives while they send everyone to Riven, and a Fed Riven can take on an army.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. One thing I kind of want to point out, Romeo, while we have a little bit of downtime in this game, is that neither junglers have really gotten the opportunity to interact thus far. We're seeing, once again, they're clearing on opposite sides. Dr. Mundo, Ballad taking a little bit of reset. Jaspy clearing up the top side, potentially looking to claim the grubs as Seraphos gets a nice little clean reflect onto the Galio Q, onto the Winds of Warfare. But I think it's going to be this grubs fight that we're going to see kind of the first breakout with.
Yeah, honestly, the junglers haven't really... Oh, Talk going to come through. Not a lot going to really happen there. The junglers have not done a whole lot this game. We've seen moments of them just being on sides, hovering their lanes, but we really haven't... There's no assists. There's been no real ganks coming out. There's been a lot of farming from them. Mundo here in the bot lane looking for something. Grub is going to be taken by Hecarim. Once again, no interaction from the junglers. They've split the map. Hecarim gets the top side. Mundo gets the bot side. They're playing for their win cons, and that makes a lot of sense. It's just unfortunate we haven't seen a whole lot. Riven going to go in between the 2 towers top lane. Finds a kill on Malphite.
It's top lane dominance from the side of 2LG, picking up those 3 grubs, and Riven now 2-0, diving in between the towers. Oh my god, it's the start of the Riven Snowball. It's the start of the sub 0-1 Snowball. But going back to what you were saying before, I think the junglers are happy to handshake, and I'm especially happy finding the Hecarim. Watching my Riven get ahead, and we see a little bit of action here on the bot side.
There's the cleanse coming from Caitlyn. There's going to be... Oh, that was beautiful from Bard, but they're not using the opportunity to leave. They're trying to hold off till Mundo gets there. We are going to tunnel through to the turret. Mundo now here. Can Mundo find an angle? He's going to land a cleaver, but going to walk out. What do you think of Mundo taking flash? Oh, there's the flash forward. Is going to bind. Can they find the kill? The ignite goes through. They get the 2-for-1. He's going to go 1 kill over to Ash, 1 kill over to Nico. And the kill for Inters goes to Barden, not Caitlyn.
A little bit of an unfortunate bot lane skirmish. You saw the aggressive flash in from CS, and that's the second time this game where this Nico has just flashed forward super aggressively. Both times she sacrificed her life, but both times 2LG has gotten the 2-for-1 trade. See again, Seraphos landing that route, trying to poke down the Galio a little bit, but you know, the MR just too much for the Melt to get through. Galio's gonna walk it off just fine, but as we see CS walking up as a minion. It's gonna be the second time this game, but Seraphos unfazed. He knows what's going on. He knows his Nico's tricks.
I mean, when you got 7 minions in the lane and there's only supposed to be 6.
Yeah, but sometimes
he's got that math skill.
Yeah, but the pressure of that mid lane, the pressure of, you know, this finals, do a lot to you. See a little bit of
right now. 2
forward.
levels up. Oh, Pop Blossom gonna go through, finds the Caitlyn. Hecarim is here to help as well. That Caitlyn doesn't stand a chance. They're gonna be sent right to the gray screen as Jaspy finally making himself known in this game.
That's the start, and that's the beginning. The ultimate not even invested on the side of the Hecarim. So that's kind of what you want to see, as we see, again, a little bit more trading, a little bit heavier trading up here in the top lane. Sub-1's just gonna back off nice and clean. Just the Dragon gets started up again from the side of 2LG this time. Looking to handshake Dragons 1-1.
Oh, here comes Mundo right now. Mundo lane. There's going to be the knockup from Malphite. Mundo going to try to do enough damage to kill her before Malphite goes down. Is he going to be able to? There's the combo from Riven. Riven going to find the kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It is going to be a shutdown over to Mundo. But with everything they used, that's just a sign of things to come if they can't put this Riven problem to bed. Oh, that's in. There's going to be the reflex, but it's used too little, too late. And here comes Hecarim, who's going... He doesn't find it? No, he does. He does. The dash in. Hecarim a little bit too powerful when he has ghosts.
Yeah, just that speed from the Hecarim. And now, look at Jaspy. 2-0. Has that 150 gold bounty. And, you know, has sacrificed a few camps, but it's been well worth it thus far. You know, getting that second dragon. But I want to talk about sub-01. Because, oh my god, the 2v1, getting that 1-for-1 against the Panda, even though both the Dr. Mundo ult and the Malphite ult were invested, that's a 1-for-1. As you see, again, pressure from sub-01, stepping between the tower and Malphite, gets to the stun.
Oh god, Panda, 2 levels down. Oh, he's down. One more fight, he's done. If it's going to be that ult coming out from Riven, he's going to get executed pretty quickly. Going to be forced to back, doesn't have TP. Plates are going to be a problem here. He doesn't get to back either. It looks like it was stopped over in the top lane. And now Riven just eating the lane alive. So much extra gold in the pocket of Riven. Has more than double the CS of Malphite.
50 CS lead. Top lane dominance. This, when you Google what it means to have a top diff in the laning phase, this is what you see. He doesn't care about the losing matchup. He's just going to go and stake his claim. As we see, again, 2 lane dominance from the side of 2LG. Bot lane and this top lane pushing forth. 2LG claiming first turret and claiming feats of warfare.
And I want to bring up a point here. How do you feel about the Mundo taking Flash instead of Ghost in this matchup? What's our thoughts on that? Do we think that could have been a blunder right now with how hard it's been for him to get on top of people when he's been in these ganks?
Insofar, doesn't look like he's been punished that much for it. But I'm afraid for these team fights. There's the ghost on the side. Jaspy plus that Hecarim E. Jaspy's going to be running circles around this Malphite. Sorry, around this Dr. Mundo. When Dr. Mundo, you know, is one of your main tanks, one of your main frontliners, I'm scared that 2 lane Glory is just going to run right past the Mundo and into the back line of 4.5 Inters. That Mel and that Caitlyn are so
mid lane here. We do see Mundo and Bard coming. The Pop Blossom gonna miss. It's completely whiffed. That's a huge reflect. Bard showing up. Here comes the Cavalry. Oh, a huge going golden right there. And that's gonna be a dead Nico. Galio trying to fend off, get Hecarim some more time to do damage. Galio on the run. He's gonna be forced to flash under turret. There's gonna be the unstoppable coming from Hecarim, sorry. The Crystal Arrow gonna land on the Bard. Mel trying to defend it. It's been a 1-for-1 trade right here. And it looks like that's going to be the end of a huge skirmish in the mid lane, only resulting in a 1-for-1 trade.
Dr. Mundo already getting punished a little bit for getting a little bit punished for not having
Riven on top, and that's going to be all she wrote as Riven executes the Rockman.
It's a 7-1 for the top side of 2LG. Reno on the Hecarim, 4-1 on the Riven. It's a big gold lead. Already 4,000 gold for the side of 2LG. They've got to be super comfortable if you're on this blue side right now.
Yeah, and this is such a hard first game right now for Interest. I do genuinely believe their draft was better, but when you give away this much this early, you're fighting a hard uphill battle. 4,000, almost 5,000 gold down. Only 15 minutes into the game. We have objective bounties up, and they need to find a way to start claiming some of these bounties if they're going to scratch and claw their way back into this.
You know what it comes down to? It's what we mentioned in draft, Romeo. It's a game about comfort. 2LG got a lot of comfort, and it's showing. Especially with this jungler and this top laner. And like, again, this game 1 in the finals, so pivotal. It's got to feel really great to be this far ahead this early into the series. As we see
Here comes
Mundo
Mundo
walking top.
helping. Here to help Malphite again. Malphite 3 levels down at the moment. That is a huge level difference.
Yeah, this Malphite, 68 CS, doesn't even have his first item. You can see he's opted for the Warden's Mail and the Glacial Buckler, looking to maybe go Frozen Heart. That's not a very expensive item, but still, he can't afford it. Look at Sub 01 though. He's got 2 full items, the Eclipse and the Sundered Sky. Doesn't, like, losing matchup be damned. This Riven is going to run all over the Malphite. And I think it's like the snowball effect we talked about before in draft. Sub 01 is looking to take his claim, stake his claim on this game, and just run it right over.
Yeah, he is going great right now. Everything is hunky-dory right now if you are Sub 01 and Jaspy. Right now, we do see Inters being forced back into their jungle as Chemtech Drake is taken from 2-Lane Glory. If you're Inters right now, what's the game plan? What are we doing to get back to this?
It's so difficult because the engage options outside of your 0-4 Malphite are pretty limited, as we see kind of
they are looking for kills. There's going to be the cleaver on. Beautiful check right there. Balak knowing exactly who's the clone and who isn't. Finds the Nico kill. They're up in numbers at the moment, but no objectives on the map to be taken.
But like I was saying, yeah, if you're 4.5 Inters, it's a little bit tricky because outside of that Malphite who's fallen so far behind at this point, you don't have a lot of pure engage tools. Sure, the Mundo can run in. Sure, you could try to throw out a Mel E and land a Hail Mary route. But your secondary form of engage, it's that Temper Fate.
We're going to see a huge Crystal Arrow in the mid lane. Forces Caitlyn to use Flash and Cleanse. Caitlyn has just never felt safe since Ashe hit level 6.
It's like you were saying. That's what you want from this game. No team to feel safe the entire time. As Shelly crashes in the mid lane turret.
Oh, the huge pop bottom. It's going to find both Mel and Caitlyn. They're going to get dropped immediately. Reflect's not going to save you from anything. Bard and Mundo on the run. Malphite coming in, but it's too little too late. The unstoppable onslaught not going to do anything there. Malphite about to fall to the Riven once more. Hecarim going to be the one who picks up the kill, actually. Bard and Mundo, the only 2 survivors of the bloodbath in mid lane.
3-for-1 for the side of 2-Lane Glory, and that's 2 for 0 on the tower counts as well. What a huge gold swing, up now to almost 6,500 gold. And I think 2-Lane Glory, they're going to set their eyes onto that Otacon spawning in just a minute and a half as Balak, steals away the red buff, but it's too little too late. 2-Lane Glory are firmly in the driver's seat of this game.
Yes, they are. They are sitting there. They have the gas pedal slammed, driving 240 kilometers on the 401, ready to take that Nexus. They're slowly dismantling the Rift right now. They have all the T1 turrets down. They have that mid T2 turret down. Dragon going to be spawning in a couple of minutes' time. It's going to put them on Soul Point if they're able to claim it. It is, of course, that Chemtech Soul that's taken the Rift here. They're very lucky they're ahead in this game because I feel like a Chemtech Soul on Inters would have been hell for them to deal with. but they're just so far ahead right now. Bounties on 4 members of their team. 100 gold bounty on Ash, 100 gold bounty on Galio, 500 gold bounty on Hecarim, 350 gold bounty on That's it on Riven, really? I feel like we need a bigger bounty on Riven, guys. Come on, Riot Games. Lift that bounty up a little bit.
Hopefully, though, we'll see. But we also see some of these objective bounties coming in for the side of 4.5 Inters. And I think that's kind of what you have to play for at this point. Like you were saying, not a lot of gold on the side, not a lot of gold up for grabs on the side of from 2-Lane Glory. If you manage to shut down Riven, as we get a little bit of fight going on the top lane.
Sub-01 just taking no damage. That shield living forever. Even with the Heart Steel damage, it just doesn't really matter when you are 6-1 with Sundered Sky and the Eclipse Shield. He takes 1 hit and then he walks away. The ace in the hole gonna go out. Just broke the shield. That's it. A Caitlyn ult used to break a shield that he gets back every 3 seconds. I'd be crying right now. Meanwhile, Malphite gonna be up a little bit too far, down to a quarter HP. Gonna be able to get out a lot. Nope, there's the flash ward. 4 people stunned from that Riven, and Malphite immediately goes down. Caitlyn immediately goes down. It's a double kill. Can we make it a triple? Seraphri's gonna find Siesta, but Vinegar and Riven gonna find another 2 kills. It is just Mundo left alive, and he's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. It's just gonna be tears shed as Hecarim runs him down. Ghost versus Flash Ghost making a case for itself as we watch Mundo able to do absolutely nothing.
5 for 2 and an Otacon claim for 2-Lane Glory. Gold leads now up to almost 7,000 gold. That was an absolute slaughter. And it's all thanks to 701, who now rightfully has a 700 gold bounty. And I think 2-Lane Glory, it's just a matter of time until they stomp into that Nexus, stomp into this inhibitor turrets, and claim game 1 for themselves.
Yeah, you need a miracle right now if you're interested. Being 9,000 gold down, you're praying someone just starts inting. You are praying that you find the 0.5 inter and it happens to be on the other team. Because unless that Riven starts sprinting it or that Hecarim starts sprinting it, there's very little you can do. You need a crazy upset team fight. You need someone playing on a bad angle. You need a beautiful Tempered Fate from Moon. If Moon can find a Tempered Fate that lands on Hecarim and Riven, they might have a chance, but Hecarim just diving right in head first. The Pop Blossom getting ready right now. It's being propped. There it is, a triple Pop Blossom by Mel. Caitlyn uses all sums and runs away. Mundo's stuck to see his team sprinting away from him, not realizing the memo said retreat. Caitlyn gonna go down as well. Malphite's still in the mid lane, and Bard's just hiding in a bush, praying no one finds him. He is hoping. He's on the run, and they're marching towards him. That poor Bard.
12-1 and 2, going legendary on the Riven. Sub-01, demanding respect in this series, claiming another 700 gold for himself with that bot lane tier 2. And again, it's just like 4.5 Inters, they just can't get a break in this game. 2-Lane Glory now on soul point. Baron's going to spawn in just 2.5 minutes. It's just never-ending pressure. It looks like 4.5 Inters, they're just faltering.
And despite the first blood, it feels like Seraphos had so many people in his lane. Oh my god, that was rough. That was a really sad blast clone. He, I think, misclicked it and was almost on the other side and just went flying right back into the loving arms of Inters, who were able to get a kill back. See, if that happens another, what, 86 more times? They come back.
Yeah, I'll trust your math on that, but that's what we're getting. But the gold lead, it's over 10,000 at this point. I wonder what the stats on that are in the Riven v Malphite matchup. I can't imagine that a 10,000 gold. That
4 items to 1 is all that matters. 4 items to 1 and a dead Caitlyn. And it doesn't look like Moon belongs to this world either. Riven just grabbing him, saying bye-bye, sent to the gray screen, and we're watching our final push. Mundo somehow feels like the only one who's been able to survive any aspect of this onslaught. Hi, Riven. Just walk into my base and kill me, why not? Mel looking underpowered somehow at this moment. And that's going to be the final falls. That's the triple kill right now. Going to be 3 kills on that Riven, that last fight. Galio going to be able to pick one up as well. And now it's just a matter of breaking the turrets, breaking that inhib, and winning game 1.
What a master class in the top lane for Two-Lane Glory. 15 kills, over half of the kills, but looks like, Two-Lane Glory not quite looking for the end. Potentially turning their eyes onto the Baron that's going to be spawning in just 30 seconds. But what a master class from the top side.
I'm shocked we're not just ending.
Death timer's falling low.
When you're in game, you don't realize how much gold ahead you are, but I feel like they were in a prime opportunity to end there. And if that means anything when we go forward in this series, is if Inters can find a stable footing in this next game, even if Killjoy's a little ahead, if they are not taking opportunities to end, that could be something that leads to a big turnaround.
Absolutely, but it's got to be, I don't even know if a full team wipe is going to be enough at this point. Like, I think 4.5 Inters could get that 5-for-0 fight, 5-man Malphite ult into, 5-man Mel root. Might not be enough at this point as we're getting up to almost a 14,000 gold lead. And I can't remember the last time I saw a gold lead this big, Romeo. Especially not from two teams this good and this talented.
Look, you just gotta dream of the Baron steal here. I'm telling you, Mundo took flash because he knew this moment would happen. He knew he was gonna have to ult, use that maximum dosage, flash over the wall, heal the Baron, and be the hero his team needs. I say, while he's not next to Baron. Oh wait, here we go. Here we go. This could be the hero that comes along. He's ready. The flash in. It's gonna be the tempered fate that stops him from being able to smite it. But he is there, ready to go. Can he find it? He does. Mundo finds it. However, Hecarim diving over the wall, eliminating the entirety of Inters, and despite the beautiful steal, it's not gonna mean a damn thing.
It's that flash coming to bite you in the butt. It's really that monkey's paw that promises once and curses twice. The Baron steal was beautiful. It's just simply not enough as Two-Lane Glory walk to the Nexus and look to take game 1 of this UTLA Intramural Finals. What a dominant performance. I really hope we don't see another game like this, Romeo.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt if you're if you're on Inters. But what we can say to that is, could just be one bad game. We've seen semblances of good moments. I think if that performance is anything to go by, we need to be playing around our mid lane, and we need our jungle to be on something with a little more agency and setup. Because it felt like, despite the fact that we have seen Mundo first picked in a game 5 and run wild, he doesn't provide a lot of setup for your team. And if you are looking for a mid lane carry, you need a bit of setup so you can gank that mid lane. And it really felt like Sarah is the hero their team needs.
Absolutely. Like, when I think about who was kind of barely treading above water on the side of 4.5 Inters, it was just like you said, Balik and Seraphos, that jungle mid duo who kind of, suffice to say, carried them to the finals at this point. But let's talk adaptation, Romeo. Moving into game 2, game 3, game 4, game 5. What are we going to try to see? Because this is not Fearless. We're going to see the same picks again. We're going to maybe even see the Riven come back again for sub 01.
Surely you ban the Riven.
Surely you ban the Riven.
Yeah, no, you have to, right? Like, you locked in one of Riven's big counter picks. You locked in the Malphite, and you lost. You do not let that pick touch the Rift again. That's it. No more Riven. You lock it up for the series. You take away one of the other bans, and you start figuring out what do we want to play into it. We do not let that Riven get through draft ever again.
I think this might have been a case of almost like incorrect prep by the side of 4.5 Inters. We saw in draft 480 carries get banned on the side of 4.5 Inters targeting FN Vinegar. But it just wasn't enough. Sub 01 got his comfort Riven and just absolutely ran over the Rift, even with that 46% win rate matchup.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when Edgar Allan Poe was writing that one poem that was driving him mad, he meant to call it the Riven and not the Raven. And I'd
Oh,
quote
yeah.
the Riven nevermore if that champ gets locked in again. I like if it gets locked in a draft, I'm just saying Tulane Glory wins.
Absolutely.
I want to know what we can see from Sarah, though. What do you think Sarah could lock in to really give them a chance to step up and like go hard in this next game?
It's so difficult because you know what because if I'm on the side of Tulane Glory, I'm not changing a thing when it comes to draft. So what's going to happen is we're going to see the same 4 mid laners get banned from the side of Seraphos. The Mel didn't work. You got to go to something else. Maybe, Seraphos has relied on picks like Cassidy in the past, but I don't know if that's enough in this case. It's
Cassidy's
so hard.
so
It's
hard
so
in a comp
hard.
match. I'm looking at his pool right now. Like so, Syndra, Oriana, I believe, were both banned, and they ended up taking away. Did they take away
The Galleon.
Corki? No, they
No, the Corki was left up.
It looks like he plays a good Corki. Of course, we could say something he plays a lot that he doesn't have a positive win rate on, something like an Azir that is a lot better in comp situations. If he thinks he can find the outplays. I wouldn't hate a Smolder pick coming out. If you can find a way to just let him scale, take an early game jungler to try to manage some of the fires that are going to put early, something like a Xin Zhao, and then you're going to throw a Smolder or something and just have Xin Zhao go forward and just make sure everything stays off the Smolder. Get a strong support pick, get a strong top pick that can peel for it. That's not the worst thing in the world. I see a Yone pick, which I think Yone was just buffed recently.
Yeah, but what I'm worried about is that you're almost playing into the hands of what Tulane Glory wants. Again, game 1 was all about comfort, and you know what Tulane Glory's comfortable with? They're comfortable with picking something and running you over right from the get-go, slamming the gas pedal, going 240 on the 401, just absolutely running over anything in their path. So this kind of really hard scaling mage, and yes, you can pick an early game jungler to try to supplement that, but you might just become roadkill in the process, and that's what I'm worried for Seraphos.
What would you look for right now? Like what would your biggest change to inters be right now to make them not inters anymore?
I think we need to see a little bit more prio on the top lane. You picked up a crazy winning matchup, like you said, 54% win rate in favor of the Mel fight, but it's just not enough. That means you need to maybe pay attention a little bit more to the top side. It really felt like, we were kind of scrambling all over the place. We saw a bunch of picks not work out. We saw Tulane Glory kind of bleed out 4.5 inches on both sides. I just don't know. I think you need to pay attention a little bit more to top lane. As we get into the draft, seeing same couple of bands on the side of Tulane Glory, but 4.5 inches, switching up, taking that Riven off the table. It's just like you said. No Riven. Maybe we stand a chance.
I'm also the Vayne ban. That's an interesting ban to me.
That's out for FN Vinegar. And it's a lethal pick by him.
I feel like if you're banning Vayne, it's got to be a top Vayne ban. Like you just lock in the Draven and call it, right? Instead, I feel like if this match doesn't go well and there's another pick, we need to drop the Vayne ban. If we're in my opinion, Yanara gonna get locked in. We love a good Yanara game.
This might not quite be pro play. This might not quite be the LCK. But Yanara, that's the kind of team fight AD carry that you can rely on. You get into these 4-1 situations. You get into these Baron posturing situations. Yanara, one of the best AD carries for that. Speaking of Baron and kind of jungling, we see junglers locked in on both sides. Kiana for the side of Balak.
Could be a mid.
Could be a mid. It could be a mid, but I think it's probably Kiana for Jaspy.
Oh, no, you're right. You're 100%
Jarvan,
right. It is Jaspy.
But Jarvan the 4th for Balak. I think maybe 4.5 enters are doing exactly what you suggested. Transitioning to that early game jungler and hopefully picking a kind of scaling a mid laner. See Gwen potentially getting locked in for the side of Tulane Gaming. Opening up that 2 AP solo laner, 1 AD jungler composition.
I'm worried for inters right now. We just seen what he could do on Riven, and our answer was to try and pick a tank, play safe, take the winning matchup. Now he's playing something that will run through you if you lock in a tank and try to play safe. If you're Int right now, you have to put your faith in your top laner, lock in something you think's going to beat the Gwen convincingly, and provide some jungle attention up there, or pick a mid that can roam, have J4 camp mid, and run there. I'm worried right now we're going to see the Orianna pick, though. I feel like they're going to lock in J4 Orianna, and it's going to be a huge mistake. I love the combo, but I feel like J4 Orianna here, it's hard to carry on Orianna when you're the one who isn't necessarily doing all the damage in the world. Cassante, though, gonna be locked in from Int to play into this Gwen.
That's not necessarily where I think we should have gone with 4.5 inters. You talked about something that could beat the Gwen and Kiana convincingly. I kind of wish we saw the Poppy in this case. It's the Panda's most played 63% win rate. You see 2 dashes on the side of 2-lane gaming. I'm thinking Poppy W, steadfast, and let's just shut down all the dashes in the game. But instead of Cassante, got the tank is gonna get shredded by the Gwen. Yes, you can go all out.
We so desperately need that to be a support pick. We so desperately need. By the way, the missed pick for 2LG, that is a Caitlyn lock-in. We are going to see Caitlyn versus Yunara. That better be Cassante support. If it's not, oh god.
Oh my god. You're right. And as we see a couple bans coming out, like you mentioned, seeing the Morgana actually coming out on the side of 4.5 inters, trying to ban away that Morgana for Siesta. Maybe even Inobob.
Missed ban is going to be the Azir. There's a bit of a connectivity issue. It was an Azir coming in for the ban. So right now, the 2 missing things you're seeing on 2LG, just to reiterate, there was a Caitlyn picked for their ADC, and it is going to be the Azir and Orianna banned away from 2LG. Not a lot of picks here for Sarah in their pool. Could be a Smolder, although I'm not loving a Smolder in this draft anymore. It's good with the Jarvan, but I feel like
pitched.
It's hard. It's really hard right now. If you're No! You cannot be locking in Cassante into Gwen. Chat, who here thinks Cassante stands a chance in the top lane against Gwen? I want to know. Answer in the chat right now. If you think if that Cassante goes top, what happened? Wait. I'm concerned.
You know what we might be seeing?
Sion support?
You know what we might be seeing, say here? I don't think it's Sion support. I think this might be Sion mid lane. Bob has played a couple of games on it.
Boy.
He's comfortable with the Sion pick. Yes, he picks it mostly when he goes top lane, but he's more than willing to bring it into the mid lane. I think this might be a Sion mid pick.
You know what they're doing,
in
Will?
the finals. What are they doing?
You know what? So on the off chance that for some reason that was a Cassante mid, they've thrown the Sion in so that Gwen just matches wherever Cassante goes and Cassante loses. Sion is just going to take whatever lane Cassante isn't in. And Gwen's just going to sit there and smash her little scissors and give Cassante the haircut that he doesn't want.
See, Cassiopeia blocked in for the side of INT. I think that you recognize that idea from 2-lane gaming, because that Cassiopeia is going to run right over the Sion. It's going to have an absolute field day in lane. So now we've got kind of 2 really favorable matchups where you want the Gwen to the Cassante, yes. But 4.5 inters also want this Cassiopeia into the Sion.
But I feel like, even with that said, Cassiopeia is going to have a harder time into Sion than Gwen is into Cassandra. Yes, Cassiopeia, playing Sion mid is already difficult. We're not Baust exactly here. I also, I'm pretty sure, I could be so wrong, I'm pretty sure Sion technically has a favorable matchup into Cassiopeia because of the way the ults work. If Cassiopeia is trying to stun him and he's able to just dash his way in, knock her up, she's going to lose the fight.
That might be the case. So is the conclusion that 2LGs sort of come ahead and draft once again? Do you think 2LGs won the draft in this case, in this game too?
I don't think they won the draft in game 1. I still think Int won the draft in game 1, and just got caught out early. I think 2LG smurfed this draft. It is the only pick I even somewhat disagree with here is the Janna pick. I feel like it's not necessarily needed, but I get the idea. They're probably going. I almost would have rather the Lux Loki if you just put Lux in the bot lane and Caitlyn Lux just farm like that, but they're still doing the same thing. Janna is basically just going to allow Caitlyn to farm under turret for free and not let Alistar or Yunara really get any early kills. Meanwhile, we look on the top mid of this map. I would be shocked if 2LG is playing for bot lane this game. If you are 2LG right now, you are sitting Jaspy in the top lane and the mid lane, and you are making sure you steamroll a lead because it's going to be a difficult game for Cassiopeia and Cassante.
Absolutely. But it's also like you said, we see Balak locking into Jarvan the fourth, slightly more like a very, very early game oriented jungler does win this matchup, sort of pre-6 against the Kiana. I think he's trying to just do damage control, but the question is, how much damage control can you do if the Gwen gets put into the Cassante lane? I just don't know if that's enough.
It is on Jarvan. It's so sad. It's on Jarvan and Alistar to give in to win here. The issue they could fall into is, Caitlyn, Janna probably are going to play a fairly defensive lane. And if you leave Yunara alone, she's in a bit of danger. But I think if you're Inters, what you need to do is make sure that Yunara is your 0.5 non-Inter. Sit her alone in that bot lane and have Alistar, Jarvan just do as much early pressure as they can. Get someone ahead. Probably that Cassiopeia, if you can find a way. And just keep rotating around the map, trying to shut down this Gwen and Sion so that you can get ahead early and not let them steamroll. Because if this game goes late, that Gwen is going to just tear through anyone they send to match.
So then the question becomes, isn't this Janna pick kind of a genius move from the side of 2LG then? Because this Janna is going to be able to so effectively match any roams that Moon goes for. CS is going to, be able to catch up to the Alistar. CS is going to be able to, not necessarily get there first, but to stabilize the lane, stabilize the Caitlyn, and then follow the Alistar and follow up on whatever play he tries to make and try to neutralize. Is that what we're going to see in today's game?
Yes and no. I feel like the Janna's probably not as worried about that. I think if they go the Lux here, you can really punish Yunara every time Alistar leaves. You're right, Janna 100% can neutralize, and I think we will see a Janna rotate to like a Grubs play if we're seeing the Alistar rotate up. But I feel like Janna has such good knockup potential to anything that tries to move forward. Meanwhile, if she gets caught out in the river, that's going to be really painful for 2LG. I feel like low-key Janna is one of the only people you can kill early game if mistakes are made. So my guess is we're going to see Janna sit bot for a lot of this and just make sure that Caitlyn is getting ahead for free. But right now we're going to be seeing 5 people walking through that top side. They are looking for the Gwen. Can Inters find it? Gwen going to be able to spot them out here. Sub 01 walking to the jungle. It's going to be an early ward. I imagine we're going to trade wards on the bot side. No, we're seeing everyone rotate up but Caitlyn here. Caitlyn AFK bush stratting it right now. And we're just watching each other.
Yeah,
didn't drop a ward? Oh, no, we did. Thank God. The ward is dropped. They do have vision on where 2LG is going to start. We didn't get the return vision from 2LG. They're playing into this one blind.
But, 4.5 Inter is kind of staking their claim and just telling everybody, telling us that they're going to be focused. Oh, my goodness.
Yunara top?
Come here?
What? What? Whoa, this could be interesting. I don't think this is going to go as well as they're hoping.
Skills into the top lane. If you want to talk about adaptation, it might not be the right adaptation, but god damn it, 4.5 Inters are going to try to do something crazy.
It's like, what is the angle here? I feel like Cassante Alistar just get beat out by Caitlyn shooting them away, and then Yunara is playing in such a dangerous thing. I guess you keep sending Jarvan top and trying to get Yunara ahead. I appreciate that they realize, oh, we messed up draft pretty hard here. Let's try and make something work. However, I feel like if there's any rotation, you send Yunara mid, and you send Cassiopeia to go sit with the Alistar or something along those lines, rather than this tanky bot lane that can't really find an angle at any points. I hope they prove me wrong. It would be very interesting if they proved me wrong, but I don't think it's likely.
But you can see in the top lane, you know, it's not working out so poorly for them. You know, the Yunara being able to stack a couple of waves, looks like 3 waves there almost, crash it into the tower. Not a lot of pressure going, not a lot of pressuring the Gwen onto the tower, which is what I'm a little bit scared of. But I can see where they're trying to go with this. And
To quote,
you know, you had to do something after game 1, and this is definitely something.
it's interesting. I'll give them that. To quote chat, if this was an LCK top, it would be fine. And they're kind of right. If we can see Mankiller just pop off and stylize in Yunara, it's going to be huge. It's just not... It's not easy. You need to be very skilled and used to lane swapping to do this. Jarvan, though, is going to be here. I think he was spotted on vision by that Gwen. Gwen playing safe because of it. Kiana also in the area, ready to pull up. Alistar here as well. Wait a minute. Can we find an angle on the Gwen? We have 3 people up here right now. Kiana going to be on that bot side. Jarvan going to find. There's the flag and drag. He gets the knockup. Alistar not close enough to follow up, but Yunara is. There's going to be the dash to the wall, the flash as well. Can Sub-01 get away? He's under the turret. 1 HP. It's going to be 1 auto. That's going to be a tower shot taken on Jarvan. He uses the flag to keep them there, but he's taking a couple of tower shots. They're trying to push the wave in time. It looks like Gwen's going to be able to escape. When you use that much resources, they burn a flash on each side. Not lovely. Meanwhile, dive coming on a Panda. Lots of damage coming up from the Kiana. That's going to be first blood. They do a beautiful counterplay. They say, okay, you're going to send 3 top. We'll send 3 bottom. And your Cassandre, who's left all alone and under-leveled from the early bit with Alistar. Not as tanky as he's going to want to be. He's going to fall under that turret. Now the Assassin's going to have an early kill.
It's just these slight misplays coming out from 4.5 injuries. You saw mismanaging the top wave a little bit. It got pushed back into the red side. Means he didn't have a wave to try to dive Sub-01 with. And, you know, you saw Balak there. Beautiful flash over the wall to follow the Gwen, but backstep just a little bit. Because of that, wasn't able to get the passive auto off on the Gwen. That might have been the killing blow.
Gwen, looking to play aggressive, is ready to start snipping. Once Gwen gets ult here, it's going to be a very dangerous angle for Mankiller. Meanwhile, I believe we just seen Kiana coming. Never mind, sorry, Janna coming up. Can we find a knockup that could turn a fight? Alistar going to try to knock them away. Yunara has no mana for a fight, but the tornado misses.
Alistar walks away with his life. Moon manages to get out, not punished. But this Gwen is farming just fine. Take a look at the CS numbers. Yes, she's down just a few CS, but it's not the end of the world, especially when you take a look at this Cassandre, who's down almost 20 CS. It's not the end of the world for Sub-01, but when 4.5 Injuries have provided this, have pumped this many resources into putting this Gwen behind, this just isn't enough.
And it's like, we ban Vayne. Vayne is very good into tanks. The worst thing you can have as a tank top laner is a Vayne come in and ruin your life. And we just put them in like the same matchup, but in bot lane. Caitlyn is safe in her bot lane, feeling good. Cassandre can't step up. Cassandre just sits there in tears. Meanwhile, top lane, we're using all these resources and not finding something. We need to find something here. Balak needs to make a huge play, and he is going to find a nice knockup, but Gwen going to go forward, trying to keep them away. The snip going to come through. There's going to go down the Alistar. And you just see how much damage Gwen does to someone that's tanky. Yunara down to 1 HP, 1 shot, and is going to die. It's only Balak here who has health. Flash away. It is going to be the tower shot. And now Janna forced to run away. The tornado going to keep her alive. A little bit of an overplay, but hi, Kiana. And that's going to be a goodbye to the Jarvan, who flag and dragged in, no escape. And now it's a 1-for-1 trade. We stayed, we died, and we were conquered from a greedy play.
And it's a horror in the top lane. Yes, you get that 1 return kill onto the Gwen. the player you've been focusing so much on shutting down, but now you've got to answer to the rest of the team. You've got to answer to Siesta. You've got to answer to Jaspy, who's now 2-0, has the 700 gold lead on the Jarvan at 7 minutes. This is a horror if you're on the side of 4.5 Inters.
It is. You have one hope right now. We look to that middle lane.
Freeze them.
Cassiopeia, up 600 gold in that Scion. That's roughly the same gold gap that we're seeing between Caitlyn and Cassante. Everywhere else, relatively even, as long as we just ignore the Kiana right now. Ignore the double click Kiana. It's okay. It's fine. Everywhere else is pretty even if you include the disparity between the mid matchup and the bot. We are going to see an ignite here. Can we see the kill on Gwen? Gwen under turret. One more auto. Yunara finds it. Oh, it's an execute. It's an execute. It's fine. It was just an execute. No damage was done to Yunara. They find the kill. They die for it, but it's okay because it doesn't go to anyone. And just like that, we see an even gold graph across the rift.
It's these caveats that I think are just kind of slowly bleeding out 4.5 Inters. Yes, you killed the Gwen, but the Yunara gets executed. Yes, you may get to make a top lane and relieve some pressure, but 2LG managed to get a decent response. Yes, you kind of get a decent dive opportunity top lane, but it doesn't fully work out and your Cassante gets dove. Every time 4.5 Inters
Jarvan?
comes up with some sort of proactive play, there's a response and a caveat from the side
Jarvan?
of 2LG.
Jarvan taking grub was with no prio. Cassiopeia going to try to rotate, but 4 members of 2LG there. Very, very greedy grub take. Yunara not even back at lane yet. Was trying to deal with the CS under turret. They left to try and come help. Now they're losing minions. We lose Jarvan's life. We lose 2 of the 3 grubs. That's play fit the namesake.
Truly, 4.5 Inters. As we see, Seraphos praying to be that non-inter on the red side. But again, we're starting to see a little bit of a gold lead. It's under 1,000 gold. It's still about 6, but it's still not inconsequential. Especially when this
Kiana going forth on to Jarvan is going to use that ult to find a knockup. Solo Bolo in the mid lane from Seraphos. 88 CS to 40 and now a kill. It is Seraphos who is trying to turn himself into the final boss this game. Yunara doing a ton of damage to Gwen. It does look like this matchup is working, and they've sent John to the top. Kiana going to find the kill on Jarvan, but there is Cassiopeia to try and find the return. Can they do it? Is the poison going to be enough? It's not. Kiana going to be able to walk away. Jana there to try and help out. Seraphos not going to go for the chase.
4.5 Inters, things just can't seem to fall their way. Yes, there are some good plays, but it's stuff like these. It's a matter of inches where Seraphos isn't going to be able to get that kill onto Jaspy and shut him down. You know, it's really, really tough at this point. We see Sub-01 looking to maybe make a little bit of a play in the top lane.
Knock back here, but the snips going to be available shortly. We do see the flash on the Gwen as well. If Gwen flashing on the Yunara, it's going to be huge. Gwen just going to be able to walk in. You played up too far forward, and it's going to be a nice kill over to Gwen.
Snips are going to continue as now Balak flashing in,
There's Jarvan
looking
trying
to
to
kill
flag and drag
Siesta.
in. Jana dodging everything. There's some beautiful waves coming through. It's enough time to get the Alistar killed. And just like that, Gwen is looking strong.
4-2. This Gwen is not behind whatsoever.
Oh, Kiana eyeing that Jarvan. No wave, but she's ready to pounce if the opportunity presents itself. Is it going to? The ultimate is available. There, he's going to fly into the air. Immediately annihilated Yunara trying to get back to the wave. In between 2 turrets, trying to find anything, but Gwen is there and ready. Are they going to take the fight or run away? It looks like they're on the sprint. Flashes available to get out, but they're trying to turn the fight. Can they find the Yunara? Kiana jumping in. Gwen jumping in. They find it now. Alistar left to defend for himself. Kiana, is he able to get away? She's going to, and Gwen gets enough damage off. There goes Moon.
5-0-1 in the jungle. 4-2 in the top lane. This is top side domination from game 1 to game 2. But look at this Kiana. Maybe secretly the carry of this team is Jaspy.
Yeah.
6-0 in the first game, 5-0 now. supreme display of talent on the Kiana. Absolute destruction in game 2.
It's just so many threats coming out from 2LG. We're seeing very dominant side from Sub 01 and Jaspy. And, like, you can look at it and say, okay, well, Cassiopeia right now is dominating that mid lane, right? But when you look at Noob, what we get to see here is despite the fact that he's effectively been weak-sided, because, once again, they have 2 winning lanes. They have that top lane, they have that bottom lane. Both winning. Despite the fact that he might not be a part of the 2-lane glory that this team boasts about, he's not dying. He's died once in this matchup. That's it. He might not have a lot of CS, but he at least has the XP to stay in it. That was what was missing from Inter's last game. Panda died a ton when they got weak-sided. Meanwhile, Noob is saying, okay, I'm not going to carry this team. I'm effectively just going to be an alt button and a damage sponge. But I'm not giving away more gold. And because of that, 2LG is so far ahead in this moment. The Snip's going to miss, though, very heavily. Not going to get a lot of damage on Moon. Actually going to take more damage and expunge that ult. Meanwhile, midside, the Cataclysm has gone out. Moon taking so much damage. They're going to try to find the kill. Jaspy in a little bit deep, though. Siesta going to get the kill, but Jaspy left to fend for their own devices. Sion trying to step in and save him. The ace in the hole going to go forward, but Cassandra going to take it. Can Jaspy get away? The flag's going to find it. Jarvan finds the shutdown. Sion taking a ton of damage. Panda going to find his first kill. A third kill going to go out. And just like that, Inter's finding themselves back into the game. Caitlyn trying to get a little bit back. Jarvan going to be able to dive in forward. It looks like Vinegar going to be a little bit far up. Can they find a kill on Pasta? They're not able to walk to their turret at this angle. Jarvan there, the flag going to go forward. And it looks like it's going to be 4 kills over to 2LG. Meanwhile, topside, Gwen finds the one return kill that she was looking for on that Yunara.
2-lane glory, living up to the name. Might as well name it 3-lane glory at this point because every single lane is doing well. Yes, like you mentioned, Sion's not gonna be ahead, but it doesn't matter when your bot lane and your top lane are this dominant. See, 4.5 Inters managing to secure the dragon a little bit, and 4.5 Inters are right back into this game. Guild is dead even. 24
yes,
and a half.
They are. It really is still, though, Seraphos versus the world. Yunara has a bit of... What? What? No, pause. Pause. Panda just killed Gwen by himself.
Looks like it might have been a little bit of an overstay by Sub 01. Gets the TP back. We're getting a little bit of a replay here. Panda pushing forward. Manages to catch Sub 01 lacking and gets the kill. That might be exactly
huge.
what you want.
That is so lovely if you're 2LG. And that, if you're injured, but it's even going to feel better for Panda. Panda, who's been being kind of decimated the last couple games. Seraphos, though, real quick, going to be stuck in that lane. Tornado going to hit all by themselves, trying to flash away, but it's a flash for nothing, and it's going to be Jaspy who gets the shutdown. Oh, no.
What a play from Jaspy, though. He might have earned that. Did you see the backstep against the Cassiopeia ult? Just that clean little backstep, reminiscent of somebody like Faker.
Jaspy going to be caught in the Cataclysm here. Tries to go out. Flash forward from Jarvan. Snip's coming through, though. So much damage. Can't find the kill. Jaspy's able to take a ball again, get out of the pit. But here comes Alistar on the side. He's going to look for an angle, but the heals come through. That's not going to be enough damage when you're a support. Panda in the pit, trying to get that Herald. Can he hit the back? He's not going to be able to. Moon does find Jaspy, but Panda's going to go down. The TP's coming through. Meanwhile, Yunara free farming on the bot side. The knockup's going to miss as Alistar goes in, and Sposs, can they clean it up? They're trying to glide on them, but Sub 01 on top, and the knockups are too strong. Sarah going to TP just to die in the river. Moon now on the run, trying to sprint away. He's going to blast down right into the loving scissors of Sub. Gonna clip the horns. I hate to say it, you're not Brennan Lee Mulligan, and you're going to lose right there. And now, 2LG picking up the objective and a ton of kills back into their favor.
Back into the driver's seat, 2LG go. And that's absolutely horror, absolute horror from the red side. I can see what they're going for there. You know, try to get the Herald play, try to get a little bit of stability back in this game. You know, take that first tower, as you say, as I'm saying, at Sub 01, managing to get the top lane tier 1. But the fight just doesn't end up in your favor. Yes, you got a kill back, but it's on your Alistar. that's just that at that point, is that really useful gold? No, it's not. So the gold lead, it just got wider than it seems to be, than what like the numbers say on the screen right now.
And one of the big things that we're missing is that Yunara coming in these team fights. We do still see a relatively even gold gap across this rift, but we haven't seen Yunara show up to these objective fights just yet. We've seen them in some 2v2 skirmishes, we've seen them in some 3v3 skirmishes, but we're not seeing that 5v5. They were farming on the sideline, trying to get stronger, trying to get more items. Once Yunara starts getting a 2-3 items, is that going to make a big impact? We're seeing right now, though, they're going to be in a skirmish in this mid lane. Kiana with a huge ultimate. Cataclysm going to go forth, though. Finds 3 of them. Yunara going to be able to free hit. Here comes Moon. Here comes Panda. And they're going to start tearing it up in the mid lane. And with Yunara in the fight, we immediately see it turn back into the favor of Inters. All 5 of them now in that mid lane, going to find that tier 1 turret and break open this map.
Man skills shows up big when it's needed. Gets into the fight like you were saying. We were worried if Man skills is going to provide enough to these fights. The answer is a resounding yes. As we get a little bit of a knock up onto Enobob, he's going to go. He's going to go down to Seraphos, and that's the mid lane winning. That's an absolute dominant performance in the mid lane. Great team play from 4.5 innings.
And it's starting to look like there's some fire under Inters' eyes. They are ready to try and take this. Panda going to be knocking Sub under the turret. 2 tower shots going to go on Sub, but Gwen just too strong into the tank. That tower shot was so close. It was so close to Panda getting another solo bolo.
But close only matters when it comes to horseshoes and hand grenades. But if you were looking for hope in this game, I want to look at this in this bot lane.
They're looking for an angle. However, with Jaspi coming, it's a little difficult. We're going to give it to Balak. Balak might not be the 7-2 Kiana, but they've been finding a lot of angles here to upset some of these team fights. Can they do it again? They don't know Kiana's waiting in the wings. Oh, now they do. They have seen the Kiana. But Seraphos trying to play in the vision, trying to hide, wait for them to walk through. Just got spotted there by Jaspi. It's going to be our first real 5v5 around this Dragon Pit in mid lane. Jaspi going forward, going to be forced to dash out. Panda trying to find any angle. Tornado stopping anyone from kidnapping Jaspi. Can Jaspi find a good flank here? Can he find his way onto Seraphos? If Jaspi can get onto Seraphos, or even man skills, it's going to be a huge difference in this fight. But that dragon already being taken. 7-1 trying to sneak their way in. Rift Herald going to be planted in that mid lane. Going to be able to take that T1 turret if it's left alone. Chemtech Dragon going to be taken from Inters. Too long to the engage of 2LG. But can 2LG make something happen here still? Get some kills, or even just claim some turrets with that Herald. They're not looking for the fight. Starting to walk over to the mid lane. We see Cassante backing. Janna going to be the one who rides the Herald here. Crashes it into the turret. Flies back in their team. It is the mid turret that's going to be taken for that dragon. Sub 1 on top of Balak. But it's okay. A whole lot of nothing for such a hype planning stage of that fight.
You can feel the tension, which is so thick. The 4.5 Inters, they get the dragon and they get right out. Yes, they lose the mid tier 1 for it, but you know, I think I'm pretty happy if I'm 4.5 Inters. You know, you go up 2 dragons, you're threatening a third. Looks like it's going to be this Ocean Soul. I mean, I think that was totally fine, and I think you're happy if you're 4.5 Inters here.
Yeah, you gotta be. It was a very risky scenario that could have been taken there. Both sides, they were ready to win a fight, but your second dragon claimed. If you can find a way to make soul work on this team, it's going to make these fights a lot easier, especially if Kiana's not one-shotting you and it's that witching soul that comes up. Moon right now. Balak could have forced the flash out of the Janna. Top side, Panda 1v1ing no Bob. No Bob, the lack of CS given that laning phase. Really hurting him.
As we see the Otacon starting.
Balak on top of it. 5v4 if they opt to take it, or they can just go for towers for the map, and it looks like that's what they're gonna do. Janna there just to make sure it's being taken. They see it. That might put their life at risk. That was a nice tornado. You gotta hand it. That was a great tornado from Siesta, who's just trying to clear out vision, make sure that their jungle is nice and safe. They trade a turret for Atacon, but right now, if you're interested, you're feeling good about that trade.
Yes, and it's kind of this team fight dominance that we're seeing from 4.5 Inters, you know? Yes, this Gwen is fed. Yes, this Kiana is fed, but it doesn't matter when the Gwen needs to be stuck in the side lane, and the Kiana ready to get popped at any point in these fights. 4.5 Inters starting to get the bounties, starting to take despite not even having the gold lead, bounties are starting to show. This Yunara, such a threat, and this Cassante just so rock solid, refusing to die in a lot of these fights.
Yeah, it is a tough bout right now for 2LG, because you're relying a lot on your Kiana in these team fights, and we're not getting the side lane through. If you are 2LG right now, you need to be having that Gwen in the same lane as Cassante. But they've been playing so aggressive into the Cassante that I think they've scared themselves away. They've been taking a lot of tower shots in those fights. They can win those fights. They just need to be playing it safer and smarter. Jaspy being here as well, it's like, here's the issue, right? No one else stands a chance against Cassante. Cassante's just such a strong champion. Sub-01 right now being chased down. The Snip's gonna fly, but so does the Cataclysm. Trying to get as much damage off as they can. It does quite a bit, but with Seraphos there, it's very hard for Sub to play the game. Jonna trying to keep them alive. They tried to go back in to get the heals. They do find the shutdown on the Jarvan. They are going to pay for it with their life, but that's another big gold injection into Sub-01.
And it's the Jonna managing to get the peel. The healing, the redemption coming down, the shielding, and the heal. As we see a little bit of
Jaspy
a
gonna
flick of
find right
Jaspy.
where he needs to. Seraphos can't do anything when Jaspy's invisible. Is gonna find the kill on Seraphos, and now 2LG saying, hey, we like Bloody. We're here for it. Panda finds the return kill on the top side. Moon, one little tick away from death. All Jaspy has to do is dash in, and there it is. Good night, Moon. We're seeing the sun rise right now on 2-Lane Glory.
You know what I've been seeing, Romeo?
What have you been
It's
seeing?
that 4.5 Inters have really been kind of losing these 2 to 3 man skirmishes in closer to the side lane because 2LG is living up to their name with this 2-Lane Glory. Fights in the mid lane. 4.5 Inters gonna bring 4.5 people to the fight and kind of take advantage and absolutely stomp these team fights. But 2-Lane Glory looking for the 2 to 3 man skirmishes on the side and getting their advantages that way.
Vinegar almost took a bad back there. Almost got killed. Siesta caught in a bit of a hard spot here. Jaspy has to choose between saving him or letting him die. And surely he just lets him die here. He does. He's walking away. Smart decision. Oh, Sub-01. Sub-01 coming in with a TP, but that might not be a great TP. Can they find Seraphos, though? Seraphos down to 1 HP. A lot more damage came out than Inters were expecting. That is going to be Jaspy with a lovely Kiana ult. Rides the wall. Finds Seraphos. And now Manskill's going to have to put their farming to use, but Jaspy catching them on the side. He needs the peels if they're going to win this fight. Jaspy is just so powerful in the Kiana. 10 and 2. If Manskills does not have peel, if Seraphos does not have peel, they are one combo away from death at all times on this rift. Dragon going to be spawning here. It's that Ocean Drake. Inters want it so badly for people like Panda, for people like Bollock. Meanwhile, you need to prevent it if you're 2LG. You're in a good position with that Cassiopeia down. You trade that Gwen for Cassiopeia all day. They're trying to keep them out of the pit, though. It's a hard angle to walk into. Mankill still focusing that Dragon. They are going to claim the Dragon, but can they win the fight? The TP coming back from Seraphos. Gwen does not have the TP. It's going to be a 5v4 with Jaspy diving in before he gets there. Almost kills Mankill. Mankill's able to run away. Seraphos on the back. Jaspy trying to go over. They see them isolated, but Vinegar going to go down. It's going to be Jaspy next, and that's a winning fight for Inters. Gwen going to be there way too late. No TP. It's going to be the difference maker here. Sub going to try to clean it up. Can he? The snips go through, but really he's got himself caught in the Cataclysm. Can't dash out because he's trying to dash in. Now he's knocked up for days, for years, sent to the gray screen. Only Jonna lives, and Inters might have just found the game-winning play.
When Seraphos respawns and TP's back in, the fight is theirs. 4.5 Inters getting a 4-0 as they look to start up the Baron. Taking one of their first gold leads of the series on Soul Point. Now with the Otacon and now the Baron. This is such a wonderful place to be. Yes, it's only a 3k gold lead, but sure as hell feels like way more than that.
Yeah, it is still only a 3k gold league. But what we are seeing right now of Inters, they have map control. That mid lane, all the turrets are gone. They're ready to just stomp their way down. They're one dragon off Ocean Soul right now. They have an Ocean Dragon, a Chemtech Dragon, and a Mountain Dragon. That is why we're seeing people like Cassante be so tanky. On top of the 3 items and the 7, 2, and 7 KDA that he's sitting on. Jarvan's feeling pretty strong. We have a heal cut coming out from both sides, but it feels like it's doing a lot more for Inters, considering Gwen is feeling super squishy in these fights. They've built that straight AP like you do, but when you're not getting the healing, everything feels like it's hurting. Right now, if you're 2LG, you need to find angles for Jasper, and you need to make sure that Gwen is being peeled for by the Sion. But when Sion's using his ult to run away, and has kind of been in the side lane, staying behind, getting annihilated, what can you do?
Like you said, Romeo. We talked about this in draft with the Sion mid pick. We talked about just how creative and how high potential it was, but only if the Sion's ulting forward. Now, what we haven't seen all game is we haven't seen InnoBob try to start these crazy fights with the Sion ult. And I think it's starting to show because 2LG just can't seem to catch a break in any of these team fights as we see a little bit of a skirmish going on the top side. Someone falling down to 1/3 HP, dueling the Cassante. Snip goes the Clippers. And it looks like both sides back off. No bloodshed this time.
No, but we are seeing Gwen 2 levels down and doing that to Cassante. This is the matchup we should have been seeing all game from that Gwen, especially once the side laning phases began and the regular laning phases were over. This should have been the matchup the whole time, but Sub-01 might be down too many levels, not level 16 yet, forced to flash away, and Baron minions gonna start eating this base alive. Big stun coming from Seraphos, getting a lot of damage out on Siesta. Their turret going to fall. Jana going to find some knockups, keeping Seraphos at bay for a little longer. Gwen still trying to find that matchup in the top side. Can they find anything, or are they going to fall? They're down to 1 HP, and it's going to be the minions that take down Gwen. This could be it for 2LG in this game. We're seeing them press forward. Jaspy is their last hope. Cataclysm going to go out. Jaspy going to try and find Jarvan, but doesn't get enough damage off. And now 4 Baron minions, 4 Baron cannon minions, gonna start picking apart those towers in the base. Second inhib gonna fall as well.
2 inhibs down, breaking into the base of 2LG. Looks like they don't want to stop the push here with the Gwen and the Sion down. It's 4v3. They're pushing in. We see the Cassante TPing all the way back into the base as we see down goes Vinegar. Seraphos kind of getting the opportunity to free hit. And looks like 4.5 inches are going to tie up this series, take game 2, as we go to 1-1 in the UTLA intramural finals. What a game from 4.5 inches, managing to claw their way back from such a chaotic first 10 minutes.
And it's
Romeo,
crazy.
that was wonderful.
It is really crazy. I feel like we've seen 2 games where, in my opinion, the side that won draft lost the game. And what I think was really interesting from 2LG is they came in with a game plan, they drafted with a game plan, and they didn't stick to the game plan. The moment Inters were like, hey, we're going to send you to our top and try to just disrupt something, they said, okay, this is going to be fine. And to be fair, it looked fine. But I think they got lost in the shuffle of coming in with a game plan and it being flipped on its head, and never tried to return it. We've seen Gwen side laning against Cassiopeia forever. They were sitting there in that side lane against Cassiopeia instead of against the Cassante, and the Cassante was able to get ahead. And we've seen a lot of overplays from 2LG, a lot of tower dives not going to their favor. And the one thing we didn't get to see at all last game that we've seen this game was a real 5v5 team fight, which kept going decisively into Inter's favor.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even in that critical third Dragon team fight, you saw 4.5 inters. Yes, we traded the Gwen for... Yes, on the side of 2LG, you trade the Gwen for the Cassiopeia. That's a trade you're absolutely happy with. But as soon as the Cassiopeia respawns, Seraphos gets a TP back into the fight. It absolutely gets a steamroll to lane glory. And Romeo, I think the story of the series so far has been kind of, who's the disruptor? That's the big question I have. In game 1, it was 2LG picking such a chaotic early game comp and absolutely steamrolling over 4.5 inters. And in game 2, it was these wacky antics. It was the wacky lane swap. putting that Yunara top lane, forcing that Cassante bot. Yes, it's an LCK play, but it seems to be working out for them. So is that something they stick to?
Like you said in game one, it feels like when you're in finals, one of the biggest things you can have on your side is comfort. And when things aren't comfortable, they're hard to play. When it's not things you've been able to practice against, it's not ideal. But if you're able to sit there and continue to find angles and find plays that are working for you while making things uncomfortable, you're going to win the game. On top of that, it's super hard right now, I think, going into this next game for 2LG, because they banned so much from Seraphos, and Seraphos said, all right, I'm going to play a pick that I think I can carry on, and he does just that on that Cassiopeia.
So then the question becomes, do you just pull the plug and say Operation Shutdown Seraphos is a no-go because clearly our efforts aren't really working that much? Or is the response to double back down? That's the question we're going to see answered in next game. But for now, we're going to go to a break. It's 1-1 between Tulane Glory and 4.5 Inters in the UTL Intramural Finals. We're going to take a 5-minute break and get right back into Game 3. UFT Esports, stay interested and just stay on the edge of your seat because we'll be right back. UFT Esports, welcome back to game number 3 of the UTLA Intramural Finals. I'm Will. I'm joined here by Romeo, and we've got a series on our hands, tied up between Tulane Glory and 4.5 Inters at 1 game apiece. And if you weren't here to watch game 1 and game 2, man, you have missed out because these were exciting games. Romeo, welcome back.
Yes.
Hopefully you had a good break.
Yes, I did. Trying to hydrate, realizing my house water tastes bad. But okay, wait. Hear me out. Side topic real quick before we get into the draft. Do people actually like water?
That's a good question. Because
I
I've
feel like it
always
has
been a
no
carbonated
taste.
water guy.
Water itself has literally no taste. And I'm going to keep this conversation going until we see a new band, because right now the bands are the same. Chat, let us know. Do you like the taste of water? That's what we need to go. When you're sitting in the river and fighting the scuttle crab, do you take a sip?
Oh, absolutely not. It's filled with it's filled with all weird stuff from the scuttle
What?
crab. Absolutely.
We're banning
not.
the Casante?
See, and this is the first draft ban deviation coming out from Tulane Glory, getting back to the draft. I see a Nico ban coming out from the side of 4.5 Inters, but I think the shock is warranted because this means Tulane Glory, we talked about this before in the break, are letting off the pressure on Seraphoss, on the mid laner for 4.5 Inters. Previous games, we saw 4 bans straight come out against that mid laner. We're not seeing that this time, as we see Varus locked in for Tulane Glory, going to be locked in for Vinegar, and that is his most played champion. Super comfort. As we see 2 insta-lock picks, Gwen and Yunara out for 4.5 Inters. What a turnaround from game 2.
So Inters are running the Gwen now, which is weird. We were talking about how Panda seems to be primarily a tank player. So to see him on a Gwen is going to be really, really interesting. Yone looking like he's going to be the response? Or wait, is that Gwen Panda, or is that Gwen going to be the jungler?
That's a good question. Again, like you said, not really where the Panda likes to go with his top lane picks. But, maybe we're going to see something weird come out. It could. I wouldn't put it past Balak. We've seen weirder picks from him before. I definitely wouldn't mind the Gwen either, but we're seeing a couple of other picks coming out. It looks like the Galley is going to be locked in for Inobob. So we've got 2 massive comfort picks here in the mid and the top lane for Tulane Glory, but some deviations and maybe some discomfort characters on the side of 4.5 Inters.
Yone and Galio going to be your lock-ins. Gwen and Vladimir. Okay, this is an interesting draft. Right now, Int has the choice right now of sending Gwen and Vladimir pretty much wherever they want. Vladimir can go top or mid. Gwen can go top or mid or jungle.
Yeah,
Galio, on the other hand, mid or top. Yone can go mid or top. We really have no clue what the lane assignments are, besides Varus will be bought and Yunara will be bought. Hopefully.
But I think this might be a return to form for Seraphoss. The Vladimir, historically, doesn't get let through for him. And one of the few games it's not banned, he's going to pick it right back up. I can't imagine this going anywhere but the hands of Seraphoss. As we see a couple more bans coming out through 3 of the 4 junglers played in these last 2 games getting banned out. Jarvan and Kiana getting removed off the table for Balak and Jaspy. So we're going to see 2 entirely new junglers for game 3.
And this is just a reminder to anyone who plays jungle and is stuck as a rank, it is your fault. That's why they banned the junglers. I know that every jungler here is not hard stuck except me in Platinum. So just remember, if you're losing in jungle, just switch the jungler. That's what these bans are saying, I think.
As we see the Rel getting locked in, leaving that jungle pick for Balak on that R5. We're gonna see
Wait.
something
Hear me out.
crazy.
Rel jungle. Hear me out. Rel jungle. Unless it's probably that Gwen jungle. I do think it's the Gwen jungle. Hear me out. Rel jungle.
Rel jungle return back. That's a blast from the past. Back to 2022, 2023 we go. But realistically, unfortunately, I just don't think that can be the case. But it would be fun. It would be exciting.
It would be really funny. Seraphine looking like it's going to be locked in here for 2LG. Seraphine Varus bot lane. That is a powerful bot lane duo. Oh, whoa. Correction. Karma Varus, which I like even more. I'm not going to lie to you. Karma Varus, kind of in love with. They are going to poke int until they are crying under their turret.
Oh yeah, and the question is like, yes, the Rel has powerful engage, but what are you gonna do when you're chunked down to 68% HP from a Mantra Q and the Blight arrows coming out from Varus? As we see the Diana locked in as the final pick for 2-lane glory. That's gonna be for Jaspy. That's a powerful wombo combo. As we see the Mundo returning. Surely this is for Balak. Surely we're getting the run back.
Is it?
But that's the question. That's exactly the question, Romeo.
If we assume it's Galio mid into Vladimir, I want the Mundo top into Yone. I feel like Mundo top into Yone. I'm gonna look this up real quick. I could be so wrong, and like it just ends up being a horrible matchup. But I feel like we throw the Gwen jungle, let the Gwen just free scale, and then we put the Mundo top into the Yone, and have like a hunky dory time up there. And then just pray to God that our mid lane. Oh wait, no. Apparently Yone eats Mundo alive. I take that back. Throw Mundo in the jungle, put Gwen top. I take it back. I take it back fully.
So what it looks like, again, we're gonna see Balak then return to this Mundo pick that didn't necessarily work out for him in game number 1. But I'm a little bit scared here, Romeo, because part of what gave 4.5 Inters the advantage in last game, game number 2, was the fact that Balak was on these proactive junglers, was on the Jarvan the Fort, and was able to make plays. Dr. Mundo just doesn't have that same kind of agency. Yes, he clears faster. Yes, he's going to be potentially faster clearing than the Diana. But I'm scared somewhere's going to bleed out.
I got a question for you, Will.
Absolutely. Hit me with it.
Who engages on int? Who stuns?
Well, intuition says the Rel.
Yeah, outside of the Rel, where's the hard CC?
Absolutely none. But you know what they say? The greatest form of CC is just killing your opponent straight up.
Yeah, I mean, it does take them out of the game for a short period of time. But we run into the thing that we ran into in game 1, where one team feels like they have a cohesive, normal draft, and the other has this weird, very play-in style solo QE. I'm going to try and get myself ahead and win the game. On game 1, we've seen 2LG do it successfully. But my fear is last game, what won in the game was team fighting ability. And it's so hard for Int's team to team fight. Like, they have such a, we just need to win lanes. We just need to let Vladimir scale. We just want to sit in the side lane and have Dr. Mundo get to every fight as fast as he can because he's a quick clear. Whereas 2LG, their wombo combo is insane. Yone's going to have that Fates Unsealed. Galio's got the heroic entrance. Diana's going to circle them all up for Yone to begin with and for Galio to begin with. Karma's going to be shielding people for days. And then Varus has changed the corruption. They have good CC all around that team.
But I do think it's a little bit difficult. It can be a little bit awkward for this 2LG comp to walk in to a setup from 4.5 Inters. If 4.5 Inters can get set up first at, this 3rd or 4th Drake, at the Otacon, at the Barret even, it's a little bit awkward for 2LG to kind of walk in. Yes, the Galio is tanky, but the front line just isn't as beefy as it was in previous games. So I'm a little bit worried. I'm hoping 4.5 Inters can kind of get set up at these objectives first and take advantage of just the raw DPS they have.
Yeah, it is on them to just try to use their damage to their advantage. or try to get someone super ahead, stick them in a side lane, and say, hey, we're going to sit in this side lane, and we're going to wait for you to come to us, and that's how we'll take objectives, or we'll take your base. What we need to see from Inters here in the early game is either Gwen get ahead or Yunara Rao get ahead. The one thing they have going for them is almost every champion on their team scales very nicely. If Inters can get to late game, they should be feeling pretty good. It will be a challenge to get to late game.
That's the name of the game. As we see a little bit of a lane swap coming out here for the side of 4.5 Inters. The Panda going mid lane, Gwen against the Galio. The Vladimir getting that range advantage over the Yone, potentially hoping to poke out the sub 0-1 as we see DK Moon missing the knock up.
The Ignite going out hard too, going to be knocked down to a third of their HP. Karma, very, very hurt. Heal gone for Ignite. Meanwhile, top side, Vladimir just says, hi, I'm going to grab an early kill.
And that's exactly what you want to see. We talk about volatility. I mean, this Seraphos and Sub 01 have sort of been the main macho men of their teams. So Seraphos getting this early lead, looking to just solo kill the solo kill the Yone level 1. I think it's foreshadowing things to come, Romeo.
And that's what you need if you're Inters. You need to assure you're getting to that late game. An early kill on that Vladimir is going to extend the game out by quite a bit. If Vladimir can maintain that advantage over Yone, it's going to be a very good-looking game for Inters. Sub 01 and Sarah Frost is a matchup we haven't gotten to see. We're used to Panda taking him on. Panda and I'm a Noob seem to be the guys who have been kind of held back a bit. Obviously, last game, Panda popped off. In the first game, I'm a Noob did decent. But we've mostly been seeing Sub 01 and Seraphos as the carries. And to see the switch up here is going to be really interesting. Can Panda find the advantage of Noob? Can Noob find the advantage of Panda? Right now, Balak gonna be able to do what he wasn't able to do in that first game as Mundo, though, and find some early lane ganks. Yone sitting there waiting to be returned to his soul, and they're just gonna wait. They're just gonna say, fine, sit there. We'll wait for our waves to crash. We'll take the kill, and then we'll march your wave in. Yone not gonna have TP now and lose a lot of minions for that death. And it's going to be Vladimir, who's looking strong. Triple the CS of Yone 3 minutes in.
We were talking about in the pregame that this sub 01 in the top lane can be a little bit coin flippy, and it looks like the coin is coming up tails this time around. It's really going to be on the rest of the team to try to derive these advantages. You know, game 1, their win, played their top and jungle. This game into game 3, they're going to have to find a different avenue to win the game. As we see DK Moon going in, Siesta falling down to just a quarter of HP.
Oh, there's going to be the flash
flashes
forward.
in.
Gwen going to be there. Man skill's going to go down immediately. Rel trying to flash away, but they are one hit from death. And Vinegar's going to be the one who finds the kill there. It's a kill for the jungler. It's a kill for the ADC. And both teams are 1 kill away from feats of warfare.
See a little bit of skirmishing going on in the top lane, but where do you think this next kill is coming from? Because in such a volatile game like this, that feat of warfare is ever so more important. Every little advantage you can scrape off the ground and scrape out of the other team is something worth, staking almost the whole game on. And like you said, it's the Vladimir. I expect it to come from the Vladimir as well. We're going to see a lot more top lane action as we move throughout this game. But you see Sub 01 trying to get the wave in a little bit. And
one big thing right now
yes,
from Inters is they have that ward in Diana's jungle. But Diana going to be marching in the mid lane, not expected from Panda. They still haven't appeared on the ward. Panda going to be trying to make their run away. Diana trying to dash in. Is it going to be enough? They did miss the Q and it didn't get enough damage off. Mundo now here to clean it up. Can they find the Galio kill? Galio getting flashed up, but the Cleaver misses. The Cleaver goes through.
And Inobob escapes without having to blow his flash. Was
the
that
fact
discipline?
that he held his flash
was
is
that delusion?
crazy.
Was it?
You know
was
the
it
worst
discipline? Was it delusion? Who knows? But it
the
worked
worst thing
out
about
for them.
that is if I'm a Noob flashes when Mundo's on top of him, he flashes forward, the Cleaver hits, and Mundo gets the kill.
Oh yeah.
Somehow him not using flash is what saved his life.
Call it discipline. Call it a lucky break. But either way, this game is the mid lane looking good for 2LG. As we see waves pushing in on both sides, pushing into the red tier 1 as well as the blue top tier 1. Sub 01 down to just a third of HP. Seraphos getting to re-hit the tower, looking to take plate number 1. See a little bit of a CS advantage coming out with a 23 CS advantage for the Vladimir. And, you know, that's exactly where you want to be. It's a beautiful sunny day if you're 4.5 enters.
And if you look on the other side, though, Gwen, roughly the same CS advantage over this Galio at the moment. Doesn't have the kill to back it up, but still sitting pretty in that mid lane. Now, everyone right now rotating to that top side. It does look like it's Inters who have the advantage. It's Yone who's lacking a lot of health and is only sitting on a dagger. The weakest in this game state at the moment is this Yone, who's 0-2, 28 CS. Balak right now trying to contest that blue buff. Is he going to be able to find it? It is a skirmish for the blue buff. I'm pretty sure Diana grabbed it.
Yep. Yeah, and like you were saying, yes, it's the Gwen getting... Oh, and as we see, a little bit of 2v2 kill coming up from the bot side.
Wow.
CS picking up that one for the side of 2LG. Man skills falling down just only a couple hundred HP left. A little bit of a precarious situation for him down the bot side. As, oh my
that
gosh,
was
and
nice.
Karma, CS getting another kill for the 2LG bot lane.
A max range mantra is what's going to end the life of Mankiller on top of an arrow. To get feats of warfare for 2LG, them just playing the max distance of the range. And although we see one top lane going somewhere, mid going somewhere else, it is that bot lane of 2LG right now that are vastly ahead. Varus up 30 CS over Yunara. Yunara 0-2. And that's mostly just been them sitting there and playing well together. We did see that big Diana engage early in the game. But since then, nothing's really happening. It's just been them fending for themselves. And Mankill is trying to find an angle, but the level 6 is going to come through for the bot lane of 2LG. There's going to be an ignite, but the stun going to go. There goes Moon. Can Yunara find a return kill? They're not going to be able to. They're going to get a double kill onto Vinegar. And the bot lanes finally coming into effect in this series.
Game 1 and Game 2 were all about the top side. Game 3, it's all about the bot lane. Vinegar stepping up huge in these bot lane skirmishes. 3-0-2 on the Varus. Double the CS of the Yunara. And this man skills not looking nearly as useful as he did in game number 2. As we see Balak going to claim these grubs relatively uncontested. A little bit, you know, a little bit of recompense for 4.5 enters, but I don't know. It's big bot lane advantage for 2LG.
Top lane, we're seeing Yone trying to make any move he can on Vladimir. Vladimir, that early first blood has gotten him so far ahead. Meanwhile, Mundo trying to engage into the jungle. He is going to be able to take a bit of damage and walk out. Gromp going to reset. We do see Galio going to be the first to rotate. Gwen still stuck under the turret, but they find the kill on sub immediately. Vladimir here getting a lot of damage up on Yone. Yone so far behind. That's going to be a double kill. Mundo going where he places heroic entrance, going to go forward. Karma dead. 3 now. They turned a 3v2 into a 3v3 for them. 2 kills already given away. Rel going to be pulling up now as Galio trying to march away, but it might be their first death. The stun not going to go through, but he is forced to use that heroic punch forward, and is going to go down to Seraphos. And now Seraphos 2-0. Mundo 3-1. They went from a numbers advantage on 2LG to getting annihilated by Inters.
And those are the fights that, you know, we talked about it in draft a little bit. It doesn't, like, yes, 4.5 enters, low CC. You don't expect them to play these prolonged fights so well, but Balak and Seraphos proving that just this rapid healing, this regeneration, these long fights, you could just output more damage, live longer, and heal more health than your opponents, and that's enough to win a fight.
Yeah, this game has probably been what has felt the bloodiest. I think game 1 technically had more kills by this point, but it wasn't as back and forth. Right now we're seeing bloodshed on both sides. The gold's going over to key targets on both teams. And it is really very much the top side of the map for Inters, the bottom side of the map for 2LG. What I want to see here is Diana start focusing, getting this bot lane further ahead instead of trying to cut the damage off from Yone. I think we need to accept that this is not going to be Seba 1's game. Get Vinegar as far ahead as possible. Oh, there's going to be the Yone. Fates and Sealed goes forward, doesn't hit. Gwen going to be able to flash back, and now Mundo there again to back them up. Galio trying to use that punch to knock off the shield from Mundo. Yone doing still some damage because, you know, Yone is somehow a champion. Yone gonna flash away, does get killed by Bollock, and Gwen gonna find the kill onto Galio. It's 2 kills over to Inters, and just like that, they're in the kill lead. Only 400 gold difference, though, between these teams.
Take a look at the bounties. You know, Vinegar had like a 400 gold bounty just 2 minutes ago, and now it's gone. Instead replaced by a 100 gold bounty up on the top side for the Panda, 200 for Balak, and 250 for Sarah Foss. The game, like, this game is firmly in the hands of 4.5 Inters. Yes, 2-lane Glory has the winning bot lane, but it's really just 1-lane Glory for them right now.
Maybe the 2 this time stands for the bot lane duo and not the amount of lanes.
Oh yeah. Well, the question now becomes, can this Varus output enough damage to kind of neutralize a lot of these key targets from 4.5 Inters in fights? The Mundo. Maybe the bars can lock down the Mundo just a little bit, but it's a little bit harder to lock down the Vladimir.
Oh,
as you
Sarah
see,
going to be able
Sarah
to find
Foss.
it with that empowered Q, and is probably going to be able to get the turret as well. Sarah Foss looking like a beast this game. 3-0-2 on that Vladimir. Vladimir, a champion that isn't usually this far ahead this early into the game, and is only going to get stronger as the game goes on.
The question is now becomes, on 2LG, how do you shut down Sarah Foss? 3-0 Vladimir, who's, again, like you said, only going to get stronger from here on out. You don't have a lot of good ways to deal with the Vlad. No point and click CC. How do you deal with the pool? Yes, you have something like Verisol. If it lands, could do some work, but never is going to do anything until that pool is gone. And Sarah Foss, we've seen him before. He's such a disciplined player, as we see the ult coming out from the Panda. Snip, snip, goes to go the Clippers. See just a little bit of health trade on both sides. Lane state returning to neutral.
We need heal cut on 2LG. We need it bad. We need it yesterday. If they do not get a heal cut soon, Vladimir's untouchable. Gwen's untouchable. Mundo's untouchable. That said, you get heal cut on like a Diana or a Karma, you take away so much from the kits of Inters. Literally, Vladimir, Gwen, and Mundo all rely on the ability for them to heal. The moment that's taken away from them, this game gets 10 times easier for 2LG, but they need to get an orb soon.
We see a little bit of skirmishing going on in the mid lane. Balak just waltzing through, Mundo going where he pleases. Looks like Jaspy's gonna E onto the Balak, but the shield, the passive shield, lets him just walk out of the Karma W totally okay.
Mundo.
Like you're saying.
Just walks. He just walks. He's so chill. He's just having a good time. Meanwhile, bot side, not a good time. I don't know why Yunara thought it was a good idea to 1v1 the 3-0 Varus, but they did pay for it immediately.
As we see a little bit
Meanwhile,
as we see
Vladimir. Oh, he's feeling himself right now. Looking to take that T2 turret and get even more gold in their hands before 15 minutes. Oh, Vinegar gonna overstay, and it is gonna be a huge kill for Dr. Mundo. A beautiful full gold kill. 5-1 right now on Balak.
Seraphos forced to flash out of the top lane skirmish. Flash is now down. You have a little bit of a small period of vulnerability from this Vladimir. The question now is whether or not 2LG can take advantage of it. Like we were talking about before, heal cut. It's crucial for 2LG to get. Looks like, I'm not wrong, they still don't have it. The question is, when do you buy it though?
Now,
because it's always been this
yesterday,
problem.
10 minutes ago.
But the problem has always been, when you buy heal cut, you're also slashing your damage. Because the high damage items definitely don't have heal cut.
Why is Karma buying components and not orb? We
Maybe
have
somebody-
redemption. That's all we need. But they just spent enough money in boots and components to buy orb.
We'll see
We
if that
need.
decision-
It's like items are important. Damage is important. Finishing items are important. But there are 3 members of Inters right now whose kit relies on them to heal. All they need is heal cut, and they shut them down. Right? Watch this. Watch how much Sheriff Boss is going to heal in this 3v1 engage. He'll probably still die, but he is floating away to his tower because he just has so much health. He survived so long based on that 1 Q. Shutdown does go over to Diana, though. Diana going to be strong. Maybe Diana uses it to buy heal cut and makes their life easier. I want this orb so badly. 2LG is going to pop off the moment they get this orb.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Absolutely, but in the meantime, they're just bleeding out. See Balak walking in, starting to make his way onto Jaspy, getting the Heartsteel stack. Jaspy eating back in, but it doesn't seem to matter as he's falling down lower and lower, forced to flash out. Now, Inters maybe looking at Siesta. Looks like they're backing off. Gets to blow the flash of the Diana, but no casualties there.
Gwen right now in a lovely matchup, fighting the Galio head-on. Feeling good about themselves fighting the Galio head-on. Meanwhile, a 3v3 skirmish in this river. Mundo is very strong, but Varus is always going to do a lot more damage. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
See them both posturing for this dragon. Looks like neither team really
Oh
wants to
my
give it
god.
up.
It's Ocean Drake. It's Ocean Soul this game.
Even more potential healing for the side of 4.5 Inters.
Guys, buy an orb. I'm begging you. I'm on my knees. Please, please buy heal cup, please. Oh, a huge tower dive for some reason. Is he going to die to that? He lives. He barely lives. Meanwhile, Ocean Drake claimed by Inters. If you are turning this into a drinking game, every time I say please buy an orb, have a shot. And once they buy an orb, finish your drink.
I'm taking a look, though, at some of these inventories. I'm seeing 2 clock armors for this Galio. You know what I'm thinking this might turn into, Romeo?
What are we feeling? A Thornmail?
That's going to be that has to be the Bramble Vest, I feel like.
You want
See,
to
a
know?
little
You want to know
bit
my
of
issue with
coming out.
that?
What's your issue?
Who's auto attacking him?
The 0-4 Yunara, it's not looking great.
Great. So we're still just not applying the heal cut unless we're knocking up Vladimir? That's not going to happen. Fate's still going to go back, though, onto Panda. Panda, feeling very safe, gets the 1 kill and is going to run away. And that's another kill to Gwen.
4.5 Inters just bleeding out to LG.
The other thing is, like, Galio just doesn't need armor right now in this game state. He needs magic resist. So he is literally the worst person on his team to get the heal cut.
Well said, Romeo.
You could have picked anyone else. But it can be fine. I'm sure they're going to right this error by getting someone an orb at some point. I'm sure of it.
See a little bit of
There's going to be the
going on.
future turret gone. Gwen going to be completely stunned here. They're doing a great job rotating. Oh, wow. Wow, she annihilated Karma, and she's healing for days still. Shutdown does go over to Diana. They're doing a good job, 2LG, rotating people to take positive number fights. The issue is still lacking that heal cut. Galio now has the heal cut. Also, the other problem with Galio getting the heal cut, he's been the one on the sideline all game. So he'll be putting heal cut on who's ever in the sideline with him. But if he's not going to be the one who starts rotating these fights now, it's not a great buy. And we still need Thornmail to be bought before he's able to apply it through stuns.
Look at the timer, though. We're reaching up to that 20-minute key breakpoint where Otacon's spawning. You're talking about 5v5 fights. This is where the 5v fight, this is where some of the most important 5v fights happen. See, Manskill's running down Inobomb a little bit. DK Noon looking for the stun. Inobomb finding the heal cut, but it looks like it's not really doing anything. The armor not really benefiting him that much in this little skirmish as we see both teams starting to posture for the Otacon.
And right now, if you ask me, it's Inter's Atacon right now. 3k gold up. Going to still be healing for days. We do see the Ginsu coming through on Varus. It might just be too little too late, though, for this Atacon. They also have the Rift Herald spawning. You're on the defensive right now if you're 2LG. You kind of just have to hand over this Atacon and wait to start taking these fights. I think your next big fight is at this Ocean Drake. Right now, you just want to get some gold in. You want to get an orb on either the Karma or the Diana, and then we start taking fights. This is a dying play for them right now. Diana gonna go in, is going to try to find that ultimate, and immediately is pieced up. Galio gonna come in a little bit too late, find some stuns, but sacrifices his life in the process. Atacon has done a lot of cutting to the magic resist and armors of Inters, but we were just so spread out in this fight and so behind. Meanwhile, Gwen in the top lane, who had so much of our gold, just getting to fend for themselves for free, gets sub 1, but at what cost?
Again, it's really just 4.5 Inters running over this game. Take a look at the top lane, 0-7 on this Yone. Even if he were to buy the heal cut, I mean, Yone just isn't that useful anymore. Now it's coming to the point, Romeo, where I think heal cut might not even be enough to salvage this game.
It's like... Chad brought up a good point. Galio could have even bought an Oblivion Orb, and it would have applied it better. It's like, I feel like if 2LG loses this game, they're going to sit there, and if they take a moment to look, they'll say, all we had to do was buy an orb. It could have been on anyone, all we had to do was buy an orb. Right now, they're going to be in this middle of this fight, and it's just so much gold in the backs of Inters. They do find Moon early, but they lose so much health doing it. Jaspy goes down. So does Bob. Their heal cut now gone. Young going to come in. Beautiful Fates Unsealed. Trying to find that Vladimir. They can't. The healing is too powerful. Maximum dosage. Walks under the turret. Mundo just doesn't die. It's going to be an ace over to Inters. And I think that might be game. If it's not, it's damn near close.
4.5 Inters breaking into the 2LG base. Look at the health bars over on 4.5 Inters. Like, these are pretty high. It's the heal cut at the end of the day. You were right, Romeo. Not enough as 4.5 Inters look to take match point in the UTLA finals, going up 2-1 on the back of 3 beefy healers. That's game 3, ladies and gentlemen. What a game. Again, match point. What do we think, Romeo?
I am glad that game was close. I think I'm noticing something here. Whatever team drafts better loses. And I'm wondering if it's because to make these better drafts, we're picking either champions we're not comfortable on or something along those lines. Maybe this plot of comfort is the best thing you can do, is going a long way. Because I feel like, I still stand by Inter's comp. They needed to either get ahead and then wait till late game, or just wait till late game. The biggest problem I see from TLG this game, outside of Yone going 0-7, which happens, to be fair, like, I feel like the Yone pick came early and just didn't do what they were hoping it was going to. That happens. And Sub 1 has already proven they have been a fantastic asset to 2LG in these previous games. We're allowed one bad game. However, itemization is a huge part of League of Legends, especially when you're in the finals of a tournament. And they recognized they needed a heal cut. They didn't recognize who they needed the heal cut on or what item to do. And I think that is a huge problem in a game like this, especially even in a series like this, where we've been seeing picks like the Gwen come out, picks like the Vladimir come out, picks that heal so well and for so long. And I think what they need to take a minute to breathe, decide what their game plan is going to be going into this next game. Because I don't think any real pick was the problem here. Like, even Vladimir did good early, but he wasn't, like, this huge problem pick. They just need to sit down, take a breath, and get ready to lock in for this next game. Pick some stuff they're comfortable on, and not be afraid to just do what they think is right.
And 4.5 Inters, they're going to get a couple minutes to sit and to think, because there needs to be some serious reflecting going on. 2LG facing down match point, facing down. They have one more chance, one more life to give. At this point, it's win 2 straight or go home the losers of this tournament. It's the UTLA Intramural Finals. We're going to go back to another 5-minute break, but stay here. Get ready for game 4. It's going to be a good one. See you in 5 minutes. Welcome back, UFT Esports 2, the UTL Intramural Finals, brought to you by BMO Next Level. We're about to hit game number 4 in the finals. It's a 2-1 lead for 4.5 Inters against Tulane Glory. We just saw an absolute doozy of a game. A little bit of maybe potential miscommunications, some misitemizations. But the teams have had a couple minutes to sit back down, recover, and now we're moving into a pivotal game 4. Romeo, how are you doing? How was your break?
The break was great. I am questioning where this series goes from here. Game 1, we see 2LG decisive slaughter of Inters. But the last 2 games, Inters have come back, and they've been close for the middle stages, and then Inters just pulls theirself ahead. Game 2 was the closest game of the series so far, and Inters did a great job in one team fight to get across and get the comeback. Game 3, itemization mishap is the story of the day. What will be game 4 is the question. Could we see Inters take home the Intramurals tournament, win the $100, and celebrate over dinner? Or is Tulane Glory going to come back and do what they did in game 1 and bring us to a game 5?
I would love to see Silver Scrapes. I mean, that's what we're here for. Again, these 2 teams before basically went undefeated the whole tournament. 2LG went undefeated the whole tournament. And now both are showing weaknesses. Both are showing weaknesses. Both teams are also showing their strengths. Romeo, we've been talking a lot about draft, and you've been complaining a little bit these past couple games that the team that gets out-drafted has been winning.
I so don't think they need to ban, but that's fine. Yeah, no, right now, I firmly believe that, like, if we were to go, like, LCK for LCK with these drafts, the team that would, like, win that has been losing. And like you said, comfort is a big part of these games. We're going to see Vladimir banned away instead of the Nico right now from 2LG. And Gwen banned from INT. Nico going to be locked in first pick here from INT.
Speaking about comfort, that's Prime Comfort CS Nico. It's been one of his most played throughout the course of this tournament. He's seen so much success on the support. You see Varus getting locked in for 2LG. You know, Vinegar is the Varus player of this match. So if we're talking about comfort, these are 2 comfort picks locked back to back.
I also think we need to remember that Moon foreshadowed himself going 0-93, was it? On Nico, and now he's finally getting his Nico game. He said he had a dream he would go 0-93-3, and that might happen right here. It's possible.
Absolutely is. See the Hecarim coming in for Jaspy. Looking like a little bit reminiscent of game 1 draft. The Hecarim being so influential in that game number 1. Managing to kind of just scatter the ranks of 4.5 Inters. We see the Jarvan the 4th coming in. So a lot of characters we've already seen picked. We're going to see we're seeing old news kind of put together in a new way for this game number 4. Is Casante's the last pick in this first round of the draft for 4.5 Inters.
Casante coming out. I also want to bring up the other piece of trivia we got. That before this, we had a top laner and we had a top laner from INT, and we had the team captain Sido. Wait, Sido's on the other team, right? I'm not crazy. Sido were both in a math midterm before going into this. How stressful is that? How stressful is that for Siesta and the top laner to be there in a midterm, then come here and play a best of 5 series that's already at game 4?
Roma, you want to know what the craziest part is?
2.5 hours.
Roma, you want to know the craziest part about that is?
What's the craziest part?
I walked out of that same midterm just an hour ago.
Guys, UFT, if you're hearing us, enough with the midterm. Wait, Paul, okay, I need to ask this question. Why are we doing a midterm on November 28th when exams are like next week?
So
Is it
I
like a
guess
full
a
year
little bit of
course?
side tangent. It's a full year course. It was Math 2, 3, 5,
Oh.
multivariable calculus.
Oh.
It's our term 2 test, 4 term tests throughout the year. This is a sort of a semester 1 final, if you will.
Are you guys comp sci students? Is that what it is, or
Well, I'm economics and math. I would think
you're a
it's all
math
over the place.
major? I feel like being a math major is like getting Cassante picked into you every single time when you're playing top lane. Like it just oh,
Well, it certainly felt that way sometimes.
guys, everyone in the chat, you're listening. Let us know what your majors are. And see, out of curiosity, see if you guys can guess what my major is, because I'm curious what it seems like, considering I've never been on one of these streams before. But let us know what your majors are in the chat. Get that chat pumping. And also, let us know who you think's taking game 4. Is it going to be 2LG or INT? We're going to see the Seraphine locked in from 2LG here as the support pick. Or maybe, yeah, support pick, right? That's not a mid lane flex?
Absolutely. This is the siesta. This probably is the siesta Seraphim. We saw it potential. We saw it kind of hovered during game 3 draft, but 2LG opting to commit for the pick this time around. Last time they, flashed the Seraphine, but ended up committing to the Karma. But this time it's going to be that Varus Seraphine, that super, super long range poke. And 4.5 enters, they're going to respond with the Xayah. Strong team fight, strong peel. But the question is, will it be enough in this game number 4?
I feel like if we're getting a Xayah, surely that Nico is going to be big roaming, right? Like we're looking around that map trying to get plays, maybe sending them top lane, maybe sending them to whatever mid lane pick is going to come out here. And I'm very curious what this mid lane pick's going to be. It's I don't
Mel
like
coming out for Seraphos against the Kale in the top
that.
lane.
Nice. I don't like either of those picks at all, to be completely honest.
Break it down for us, Romeo.
I feel like, okay, one game we lost, Sarah was on Mel, right? Into this matchup, if I'm right. I believe this was the same matchup we played game 1, and I believe the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again and expecting different results. You're a math major. If I put the same answer to a question I got wrong down, what happens?
Logic says you get the question wrong again, but Romeo, I am the kind of person who will just send the same answer once again, praying that it's going to work out, because I have confidence, and you know who else also has confidence in this game here today? It's 4.5 enters. It's Seraphos in the mid lane. He's not missing a beat. Yes, game 1 didn't quite go his way, but he's not scared to pick Mel here. Is it the right pick? That's up in the air. But I can tell you for sure that Seraphos is more than confident in the Mel pick.
If you ask me this game, just based on what we've seen, I think TLG has... I don't like the Kale. I feel the Kale scale's really hard for a top laner who's been like doing a lot. But I'm going to say that 2LG won this draft, and we're going to go to a game 5. We have a lot of comfort on 2LG. The Hecarim's coming back. The Varus is coming back. I feel like Seraphine and Varus are going to have some strong combos. Galio's been a consistent force against that Mel. The Kale's going to be a bit of a question mark ping for me. I think they've picked it to try to make sure Cassante stays at bay and doesn't get ahead a lot, and they can just sit there and scale, which, like, in theory is good, especially considering Int has a bit of a passive team early game. I think this Jarvan is going to need to do a lot of covering, but I think 2LG has the better draft. Now, every time I've said that, I've been wrong. Will, what do you think?
I absolutely adore this INT draft. And let me tell you why. Let me break it down for you. Because, yes, you said that the Jarvan the Fourth has so much pressure on him, but Balak, time and time again, you count on this guy to make proactive early game plays. You saw it in game 2. It was this Jarvan the Fourth that got to stem the bleeding and afterwards transition into a win with some really, really strong carries like this Cassante. You remember the Cassante from game number 2. Yes, it was an absolutely crazy first 10 minutes, but the Panda, he got it done. And I think if this is INT returning to a game plan reminiscent of game 2, one that they're confident in will work again.
The only way to find out is by going to the Rift. It's like you're right. There is good ideas on the int draft, I think, as well. Like, if we were to LCK for LCK it, I give the favor to int in that scenario. Because, like, you have the best 5 in the world playing those champs, and the best 5 in the world playing 2LG's champs. I think int wins. I'm worried about the Nico Xayah combo, though. I feel like if Nico's not roaming, it's a little weird to play the Xayah with the Nico when Nico, I feel like, does a lot to try and get an advantage in the lane. But I don't really know what Nico's doing in the other lanes. Like, Nico and Galio probably aren't killing Mel. Nico and Mel probably aren't killing Galio. Nico and Cassante, it's gonna, unless you're tower diving with the Jarvan, you're not gonna find the kill. So do you just send the 3 top and hope for the best? Or do you try and make things work in the bottom lane? What would you rather see, Will?
I want to see this back, as we break back onto the Rift, this top lane dominance. I want to see Balak looking to dive that top lane tier 1 over and over. I want to see you punt this Kale into the ground as we break onto the Rift. A little bit of a interesting posturing. We see 2LG opting to send more members top lane, cover up the Kale just a little bit. But we can see where the priorities are for 2 lane glory. As we see maybe a little bit of a level 1 fiesta as both teams looking to posture in, but the flag, the Demacian stand are going to spot out 4 members of 2LG.
Yeah, they are seeing 4 people right now on that top side. Varus chilling in that bush, just happy, sitting there with his bow. I feel like we've never seen Vinegar move from that bush in the first minute and 30 of the game. I feel like every game he has started in that bush, and it's been hilarious. He's like, yeah, go roam. I'm going to stay on my bush. I like this bush. I feel safe in my bush. I'm hunting if anyone walks by, but this is my bush.
It's been working out for him. It's been these bot lanes, he's either been winning or been pretty stable. So clearly, you don't change what's broke. You don't change if it's not broke. So hopefully we'll see much of the same. We see actually Seraphos in the bot lane. This is so interesting. We have some crazy lane assignments. Xayah v Galio in the top lane, Cassante v Kale in the mid lane, and Seraphos and Moon versus Vinegar and Siesta in the bot lane. What a crazy set of lane assignments.
Yeah, it's like, okay, they're like, okay, so we drafted a draft that we're not confident in, so let's just throw everything everywhere and see what sticks, I guess. We've left the Cassante Kale matchup seemingly accidentally. Xayah into Galio should be pretty Xayah favored, so that's like nice. But I feel like Mel and Nico are just going to run into the same problems that Xayah and Nico would, where you're just playing ultra defensive and Nico's still going to need to roam but be less safe about it. I think Hecarim pathing bot might be a bit of a mistake. I feel like if Hecarim is pathing top here, then again, didn't know that Xayah was going there, but I feel like the quicker Hecarim can get to top, the quicker that Xayah gets punished.
Absolutely. And coming back to what you were saying before about Moon, I want to see this Nico roll. Yes, you're leaving the Bell a little bit more vulnerable, but the name of this game, at least in game 1 and game 2, has been this top lane, top side volatility. So getting the potential man advantage at an early Grubs fight, at some sort of crazy early top lane skirmish that breaks out, I want Moon there. And I believe in Seraphos to just kind of write it out. We talked about a bit about this over the break, about how sometimes these games have been super crazy about picking, who just gets carried a little bit by the rest of their team. I want to see almost Seraphos try to do that in this game and see the Nico try to make crazy things happen in top side.
Yeah, I'm also worried about the levels, right? Like, I feel like Seraphos has been very good at getting XP and just trying to get as much gold as they can. And with them in the bot lane, that's going to slow down a bit. But here comes Jaspy coming in for a big play on Panda, staying on top. The Ghost going crazy. But Panda, Cassante, the greatest champion in game design in the last 200 years. By far. The most balanced thing I've ever seen.
Though he is forced to burn the flash, I don't think you're that unhappy if you're 4.5 inters. The Panda walks off just totally fine. Will again have the opportunity to TP back to lane, stabilize the lane situation a little bit. But, you know, like Asante, 200 years champion, he's going to be just fine in this mid lane matchup. As we can see, health bars all over the Rift falling super, super low. The Panda, Sub-01, and Inobob all falling super low. But no kills on the board just yet.
We do see a bit of a CS gap from the top. Big Reflect is going to stun hard on the Seraphine, forced to use the heal. Ignite goes off. Meanwhile, off map, Hecarim finally makes it to that top side and punishes man skills. This is the fear with these crazy rotations. ADCs are not meant to be alone for this reason. If you don't have vision on the jungler, he's going to walk up, he's going to sit on top of you, and he's going to kill you. And now the question is, do we swap the lane assignments? If we do that, now Mel's going to be under-leveled. Or do we leave them the same and pray that we don't just get permanently punished? I really think if man skills is going to be sitting there, there's one thing they can do that will win them the game, and that's just pull the last shadow tactic, just freeze the wave. Freeze the wave near your turret, force Hecarim to come up there to break the freeze, and then freeze it again, and then freeze it again, and then freeze it again. That's what I want to see out of man skills.
Looks like he's going to get kind of what you're looking for there. See the lane very firmly on the side of man skills. As we see Seraphos kind of left alone in the lane a little bit. But what a but yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, to be fair, man skills didn't end up blowing any summoner spells there. Looking again still to freeze the wave. But I think you keep with the same lane assignments, to be honest. Man skills still has both sums. The wave is now good. You're sure you slipped a little bit, but looks like you've recovered. Looks like 4.5 inches have recovered just fine.
Dragon right now started by 2LG. It's going to go uncontested. J4 on that top side of the map. We do see Nico coming up in the form of a minion looking to join the wave. Maybe look for an angle and I'm a noob, but I'm a noob. Very healthy. The bait goes for it. We are going to miss the binding from Nico. Mid lane, Sub-01, gonna get slow. 2 tower shots, gonna go off the Balak. Here comes Siesta to make it a fiesta, and Sub-01 gonna find Balak.
And you could see Balak going for the EQ flash, but just slightly out of range there. And Sub-01 getting that first kill on the Kayle. And you know they say gold on Kayle pays twice. And that's certainly going to be the case in this game number 4. You see, still totally okay. Fiesta coming here to shove out the wave a little bit. Sub-01 going to go relatively unpunished, despite being, you know, 300 HP and basically no mana.
We do have the issue with Kayle right now that we're under CS, and Kayle relies a lot on getting as much XP as they can. They're leveled down right now to Panda. Same golds despite the kill. But the kills right now coming through, they're going to be one off those feats of warfare. The one thing Inters have going for them is that CS. They have a CS advantage right now in every single lane.
It's working out just fine for them as you see a little bit of trading going down here.
Lots of
Man
damage
skills
going
and
down.
falling low.
Ignite comes out from Moon. It's not going to be enough to kill the Galio. And that's the one problem with the Nico pick right now. We are playing pretty safe in most lanes. So, wow, the shield just saved Kale's life. Oh, wait, not Kale. Wait, sorry. Nico? Was that Nico? Ooh,
Looked
what?
like
Am I crazy?
Looked like it was a Nico clone. That was the Nico clone.
Okay.
Looks like it
Okay,
fooled
that's
you
so-
too, maybe
that's
a little
so chill.
bit.
I was so confused there. I was like, wait, what just happened? Yo, is that a minion in the river? I'm sure that's not a Nico. Nico gonna go there. There's the stun on Jaspy. Jaspy trying to trace down Nico. Nico played a little bit out of their comfort zone and is going to lose the feats of warfare. He comes in with the unstoppable onslaught, tries to save Siesta, not able to. It's one return kill back for TLG. Maybe two. It is going to be a second one onto that kill, but here comes Galio. It's going to be another kill back for Bollock. 2 kills there for I'm a noob. And now Jaspy, is he going to stay on man skills or is he going to run away? He surely could have went deep. I guess feathers could have flown. They walk away. 5 kills for 2LG. 3 kills for Inters.
Centaur a little bit scared of the bird woman. The Bastaya has, you know, grubs don't end up getting fully taken. And the gold is dead even. Romeo, this might be actually the closest game we've seen all series long. And I'm all for it.
It is a very tight game, but who does that favor when it's tight like this? Kale is on the rip. If Kale can hit 16, sub 01 can carry this game. But are they going to be able to get to 16? We haven't seen these games go very long. Grubs right now, one grub taking from both sides. The second grub going to go over to 2LG. Their second objective claim, however, it's going to come at the cost of the life of Jaspy.
And it's like you've been saying, you know, who does the game favor when the game is even? I think it favors 4.5 Vinters. We were talking about before in draft. Yes, if we put Gen G and T1 on these comps, I think 4.5 Vinters draft is going to win. But this sort of, you know, just trading back and forth, I think favors the side of 4.5 Vinters. Cassante is going to become relatively unkillable. Like, again, like you said, we see a little bit of trading come in the mid lane.
Oh, speaking of
The
unkillable, that was a nice flash from Bob. That was a really nice flash from Bob. Held it till the last second and gets away alive.
This is the second time I know Bob has, you know, gotten away with just a sliver of HP. The first time was because he didn't blow the flash. This time, it's because he flashes at the perfect time. Call it discipline, call it luck, call it whatever you want. But it's all coming up well and good for 2LG.
We're seeing a very interesting thing coming out of 2LG. A lot of weird rotations coming. Kale being in a lane with anybody else feels a little scary. Beautiful ult by Kale. Feather's going to fly though in return. Can they Oh my god.
And the feathers
damage.
one shot.
The damage that just hit Kale all at once. And this is why we just leave Kale on the side lane to farm. We don't have Kale trying to do some crazy engages. Great ults all around. Everyone was just counter-ulting each other. Very fun fight to watch. But this is why we don't run full force at a Xayah. That Xayah does Xayah things. When 10,000 feathers hit you in the back of the head, you're going to die. And now, Varus left all alone, going to give Seraphos to kill. And just like that, Inter's back in the driver's seat, looking to accelerate the lead.
As we see
Wow,
CSO,
some
my
Portal
friend.
Combat. Siesta going to take the W, but Moon gets the return kill. Support for support in the top lane.
Minion balls were just enough to take out the Seraphine. See a 1-for-1 trade. But that's what take a look at the gold lead. Yes, the kills might be very even. But 4.5 Inters now have a 2k gold lead. And a lot of it firmly in this bot lane for this Xayah.
Yeah, Xayah is effectively the top laner this game, somehow, some way. Has the most levels in the Rift, has a ton of gold, has a bounty, and is scaling hard. Compared to the ADC on the other side, not at first item yet, 2 levels down. Of course, got left alone in his lane and got punished for it hard. And now it's going to be Varus and Xayah meeting in that bot lane. And Xayah's got the significant advantage.
Talking about scaling, though, take a look at the top line at sub-0-1. You know, he's technically down a little bit CS against.
Oh, here we go. Seraphos. Big flash. Isn't going to find the stun. There's going to be a flash, but the flee is what's going to do it. It is going to be a shutdown, but a 1-for-1 trade does benefit 2LG to some extent. Meanwhile, it's caught on the tower. I'm a knob. Noob. Bob. Well, you know, saying names can be difficult. Just like staying alive under turret when a Casante's diving you.
Again, that's another even trade on both sides. Yes, it's a 1-for-2, but 2.5 Inters, they're still maintaining that slight gold lead and looking to have the advantage. We look to see Vinegar getting just dove. Not a lot of counterplay in this situation.
Turret. And our Varus, left from our Seraphine, cries himself into a sorrowful goodnight as he dies twice from being alone in lane. And if you're an ADC main, you feel the pain right now, where you're getting 3 people diving you. Meanwhile, the rotations aren't really bringing anything, and there's no objectives on the map to be taken. Not being able to farm safely has to be your saddest, just your saddest moment. You don't get the free cannon minions. And we don't have first item 14 minutes into the game.
I mean, yeah, like, take a look at the gold lead in the bot lane. Xayah's basically a whole item up over this Varus. You know, we are getting close to the Herald fight, and we're gonna see the next dragon respawn in, you know, just 3 minutes. It's not a lot of time that Vinegar has to, you know, catch back up to this Xayah, who's gonna prove a little bit more useful into these team fights. But I want to talk a little bit more about this kill in the top lane. Because this might be one of the first picks. Oh, as we see,
Encore gonna
coming
go
out.
forward on the Zaya, but Zaya has so many levels. It doesn't matter if the Chains of Corruption hit. It doesn't matter if the Encore hits, because they are level 10 as an ADC right now. The Feather's gonna fly. Can he find the last damage? No. It is gonna be Man Kills who plays the fight perfectly.
Making it out on just a sliver of HP. The minion balls were just not enough to take him down. And 4.5 enters are now expanding their gold lead out up to a 4K gold lead as Jaspi retreats a little bit from Seraphos and Balak, returning to his jungle. Not a lot now going on the Rift.
No, we got 2 minutes till the next Chemtech Dragon is going to spawn. Sub 01 under turret right now, trying to keep themselves alive. A beautiful ult, gets enough damage off on Jarvan. Here comes Jaspi to try to get some return kills here. Seraphos going to be caught in the bush. Balak goes in, finds the Cataclysm. However, it is going to be the Reflect that brings death upon the Mel. There's going to be a huge knockup from the heroic entrance. Can Balak stay alive? Can Balak stay alive? The answer is no, as another shutdown goes to Jaspi. And Jaspi has almost all of his team's gold. But Panda doing Cassandra things. Pop Blossom flash over the wall. And Moon is stunning everybody. Jaspi thought the fight was over. And because of that, his teammate is going to die. He's back in. Is going to find Moon. But Panda staying alive. Going to knock him back. Get as much damage as he can. But the Seraphine trying to keep Jaspi alive. And Jaspi going to live long enough. Can he kill Panda? He does. Another shutdown goes over to Jaspi. And now 2LG has the man they need with all the gold.
7 out of 11 kills, 2 items. The most accelerated player in this game, and it could not have come at a better time. 1 minute from third Drake, that's Chemtech Soul. That's, I think, is going to be so useful if 2LG can get it, because this Galley, this Hecarim, even the Kale to some extent, make great use of every Chemtech Drake that comes up.
Under the mid-short, we're getting a ton of damage out from the two ADCs, Zaya and Mel. Seraphos in a great position right now. And same with man skills. It's so weird to look at the scoreboard and see the ADC have more levels than the mid laner. It's just such a weird feeling.
But it looks like, but it just, all that means for 4.5 enters is that their Gambit paid off. Sending the Zaya top lane into the Galio, yes, got them punished once. Yes, Jaspi was able to walk top lane and get a relatively free kill, but it's worked out for them in the long run. 17 minutes in.
Oh, Jaspi gonna find Balak on the Herald right as it's taken. Balak, you gotta grab the eye. Balak, you gotta grab the eye. Balak, grab the eye. Good. Balak grabs the eye. Jaspi now caught up between 4 of them, but he's gonna try to get a return kill. Encore gonna go through. Gonna charm multiple members. Pop Blossom gonna find Seraphine and Jaspi. Can Seraphos do enough damage? Can Zaya do enough damage? The Reflect is crazy, and they find Jaspi down. Kale, though, has come online. Level 11 is doing quite a bit of damage. Seraphos going to be caught without the blast code as Zaya leaves him behind, and he is going to suffer for it as it's a lot of kills over to 2LG for a measly little Herald that's going to be needed to use well if they're going to make up for the gold they just lost.
3 for 1. The gold lead reduced back down to the 2K it was at before. And you know, like, Romeo, the game at the 2K gold, when 4.5 enters had the 2K gold lead beforehand, the game felt relatively even. And now the game still feels even. 2LG pushing for this mid-tier 1, looking like they're going to just get it relatively free. And the gold's almost equalized. Not quite there yet. About a 1K gold lead left, but almost there.
What makes this hard is Inters have 4 levels to get a serious advantage before Kale is level 16 and goes wild on this game. We're gonna see the TP coming forward to try to make an aggressive play. Panda gonna find multiple of them, sends Jaspi through the wall. Blast Code is gonna send Galio straight into the arms of Manskills, who annihilates him with the feathers. Probably turned him into a nice hat while they walk over to that Chemtech Drake.
Moon getting caught out here by the Hecarim. Falling super low.
The stun
but Seraphos
from
gets
Mel.
the...
Chemtech Drake gonna go. Unstoppable Onslaught sends Jaspi away. It's a kill and a dragon over to Inters, but they're not done just yet. Hopping on Sub 01, trying to get him off the rift so he can't farm more levels after the fight. Oh, there's going to be a slow coming up from Seraphine over the top end. We do see Cassandra trying to make sure his team walks away.
And this Kale is going to be a problem. You saw it in that fight. So much DPS. I'm not sure if we can get the damage numbers on that fight. The Kale got the free hit. And it showed, but at the end of the day, like, you know, it just wasn't quite enough. But we're getting to that tipping point. Like you said, there's a 4-level timer. Until the Kale hits 16, it absolutely takes over the game. As we see, Balak.
There's a knock-up. Sub-01 in a bit of a difficult position here. The Cataclysm is available for Jarvan. He's trying not to need to use it. Huge ult. He wasn't expecting that damage. The flash out of the Cataclysm. Jarvan held his ult for so long and got outplayed by Sub-01 because he wouldn't commit the resources. And now he's watching as 2LG runs through his team. There's going to go the Fed Zaya as Jaspy claims another victim into his 11-kill total.
You see the pings coming down on the top side towards the Otacon. 2LG. Yes, they're 1k cooled down, but it's not for long, as they're going to get their well-earned Otacon. Only 2 members on the map from 4.5 inches even able to contest. One of them is the Nico. That's Otacon going to be claimed by 2 Loin Glory. And suddenly, this game is firmly in the driver's seat of 2LG.
2LG just looking to hang on for another 3 levels on Sub-01. Sub-01 has a decent bit of gold for a Kale. They have a very strong Hecarim, and I hate to say it, but Varus, your job today is to make sure those chains of corruptions are keeping Kale and Hecarim alive. And once we get into the later game fight, Hecarim is just going to be trying to sit in front of Kale while Kale gets the free hit from behind like we're seeing right now. Balak getting chunked heavily. 3 levels. That's it. It's 3 levels that Inters have to find an advantage. They do have a dragon up. If they can get Soul, it might be able to keep them alive a little longer, but a level 16 Kale is always going to be scary.
I think it's a race against time because the Baron spawns at 25 minutes. You have just over 3.5 minutes until the Baron spawns, and I think that's where that's where 4.5 inches really need to stake their claim, because I think that's going to be their last opportunity to get a huge team fight that they want before this Kale snaps her fingers, goes Thanos mode. As we see it all coming down on
The
Siesta.
Cataclysm comes in. The Encore going to try to keep Seraphine alive a little bit longer. Galio keeping her safe. Varus there. They don't have Kale there right now. It could have been a fight for Inters to take, but Inters playing very scared. And now Panda is starting to get pieced up by Sub-01. Sub-01, the range is what every tank top laner's worst nightmare is. And Cassante trying to run away from it, but he's not running fast enough. Flash still available, not going to need to use it.
2 levels remain on the timer for Sub-01. And oh my god. Panda, 200 years Cassante might not be enough to deal with this Kale. See the Herald getting popped in the base of 4.5 inches. Maybe looks like they didn't get a great opportunity to use it. Looks like the duration maybe ran out a little bit. But
and we lost so much for that take. We need it to get some tower crashes in. Sunk cost fallacy, that Herald. Mel in the bot lane right now. TP available. Cassante TP available. Galio TP available. Kale TP available. Kale looking like she's going to be taking a back here. Nope, she's going to stay on the map. Try and fight that Herald with Seraphine and Hecarim. It is 4 members right now of Inters on the top side. 4 members of 2LG on the top side. Only Galio and Mel missing from this fight. Herald's going to be claimed here. Mankiller is looking for a fight. Not going to find a stun with those feathers yet.
Now, I want to kind of talk about this Hecarim. Jaspy, 11 kills out of the 17 for 2LG. Has just picked up that Death's Dance. And, that damage reduction, that damage reduction out from this item is so much more useful given the team comp. You have the Kale ult, you have the Seraphine healing and shielding. This Hecarim's going to live a hell of a long time. And he's bought just damage item after damage item. He's going to do so much damage to this 4.5 inches Black Lion.
And on top of that, the healing coming on Hecarim on his W.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
While he's sitting there surviving from Death's Dance, getting his health bar back. And you kind of need to go through the Hecarim to get to the Kale, especially with a team comp like Inters.
All right, it might be an LCK team comp, but you still got to play. But you're forced to play back to front. As we see, 2LG getting the first setup, hitting the Mountain Drake. Maybe this is going to be the last fight. Sub-01, only level 14, as we see both teams posturing up. Drag it down to 5k.
Rebot, he'll cut on this side. Top loss, I'm going to go forward. does find the squishies on 2LG. It's quick work of them, but because of that, Hecarim able to get into the back line. It is a fiesta in this river right now. Cataclysm going to stop Galio and Kale, but the shutdown still goes forward onto Hecarim, and we are seeing what an online Kale can do. Jarvan forced to run away. Nico forced to run away. All the strong members of Inters dead in that river.
And man skills was taking.
They got the dragon though. Wait,
early in the
J4 stole that dragon.
Oh my gosh, you're right. And 4.5 Inters is now on Soul Point, and that's the saving. That might just be the saving grace for them in this game. I want to talk about man skills because man skills was just caught out so early in that fight, taken down by the Hecarim. Not a lot they could have done. It didn't look like there was a lot. There's a lot of counterplay for the Xayah there, but you know, 7-3. That's where most of your resources are. And if you're getting shut down this quickly in fights, doesn't bode well, especially with this Kale about to hit level 16. Excuse me.
The big issue we see with that fight is they committed so much into the engage that no one was left to peel for man skills. And unfortunately, with how your team is right now, it needs to be everyone peeling for Seraphos to man skills. It's hard to engage. If somebody's engaging, you need to have Nico or Cassante back ready to peel. And if that's not happening, Kale's going to run through them like she just did. Hecarim's going to run through them like he just did. Baron, though, right now, 3,000 HP. The Encore's going to go for it. It's stolen from Jaspy, who's going to keep this game completely in 2LG's favor. Can they win the fight, though, to make up for it? They're trying to take down Jaspy. Jaspy living for so long, and they're all falling. They do finally find Jaspy. Xayah piecing them up, though. Kale, not in this fight, is going to cost their team their lives. But just like that, Kale has hit level 16.
And on that time, we're getting that 700 gold injection from the tier 2 turret. This Kale is going to be such a problem. Yes, Man Skills was able to 3-hit in that Baron fight, but it just wasn't enough. You know, they sort of barely won that fight. And on top of that, the Baron got stolen from them. So imagine that fight with a level 16 Kale in the mix. I can't imagine a world in which that goes well for 4.5 Inters. They can play perfectly, and there's still a high chance that this Kale just shreds through their entire team.
And the worst part for Inters right now is they're going to find out the taste of level 16 Kale when their Soul Dragon is up. And I hate to say it, I don't think they win that fight. So the question is, do we take it and hope we play it perfectly, hope we have perfect peels for man kills and Sarah, and we're able to take down the Kale and Hecarim? Or do we send Jarvan to try to steal it, get the soul, and then start taking fights? If they lose this Chemtech Dragon, I fear they lose the game.
You win, but we're gonna have to see about that as we see. Oh my gosh, I know Bob managing to steal away the Scuttlecraft. Every little advantage matters at this point, especially like you said with that Chemtech Drake spawning. 2LG has now gonna have untouchable vision of Dragon Pit and of the river.
Baron still on Seraphine, still on Kale. Kale getting that push lane on the top lane. Seraphine getting that push in the mid lane. We have Hecarim in the position to go onto either side should they need him. Xayah just trying to clear waves as best she can. Balak looking for a play, but he doesn't have his team behind him. Might have been a bit of a misengage. Jaspy trying to get some damage off, is going to find it. They look like they're trying to engage on mid, leaving their Mel alone in that top lane to defend against that Kale all by herself. Not an easy position to be in by any means. Xayah just continuing to clear the waves. Kale looking like she's rotating over to that mid lane. Mel's going to start rotating soon. Chemtech Dragon spawning very, very soon. Pushes still coming out.
You can see 2LG just slowly making their way. That Baron buff, just letting them slowly waltz in to the 4.5 Inters base. You can see them setting up for this dragon. We said it before, this dragon is so critical for 4.5 Inters, but the cards don't look like they're in the favor of 4.5 Inters right now. Because Romeo, I think this is going to be a 2LG dragon.
It does look like 2LG's in a very nice position to get this dragon. They're going to have first rotation onto it when it spawns, if they aren't already taking the base of Inters before that. Kale rotating to the mid lane. They might be a little far up. There's going to be the knock-up onto Cassandra. Cassandra has a lot of health. Pop Blossom goes through. It finds 4 of them. It finds 4 of them. Vinegar going to find Moon. Vinegar going to find Hecarim as well. Kale still alive. That's a huge stun from Mel. It's only the two of them. Meanwhile, the back Pandas coming through with feathers do fly, but they find Zaya. They find the ace. Inters find the ace right before Chemtech Dragon. It was the perfect stun from Moon. They're gonna soul.
The Moon finds the 4-man Nico ultimate to save the game, to clutch up the game. This is Chemtech sold for 4.5 inters. We talked about it before, that the only way 4.5 inters were going to stay in this game was if they somehow found a miracle fight, and they found the miracle. I was sweating all that during that fight, Romeo. I thought, despite the 4-man Pop Blossom from Moon, they were still going to lose, but Seraphos and the Panda make it out on top. Kasance and Mel, two of the best design champions of the last 10 years, get the Chemtech sold for 4.5 inters, and now we have a game on our hands. 30 minutes into the game, the longest game we've seen all series long, and the gold is dead even. This is a game.
I can't believe they found the fight where literally everything went right. 2LG was in their jungle, so they had a straight line. 4-man Pop Blossom. The only one not getting Pop Blossomed is Galio. You find literally the 4 targets, the 2 you can kill immediately, and the 2 you need to kill in that Pop Blossom. And then you manage to close out the fight, but now a huge encore. It is going to find Zaya, and just like that, the tides have turned back for 2LG with a bit of a throw running through that jungle into a pit that they were already waiting for them in. Will 2LG be able to close out the game here?
Looks like Mel. Look at Seraphos on the map. Seraphos is proxying the wave, denying the wave from 2LG. That might just be enough to save the game. Stall it out just a little bit longer. Where's this Mel gonna run? He's hunted down by the Hecarim. This Hecarim just absolutely running at them. Gatsby's gonna find Mel in the topside jungle. Potentially blast cone away, but he's getting pinched.
Sorry, Seraphos. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Good try. Not going to live long enough, unfortunately. But you keep the game alive for your team. You cleared the wave long enough that your team's starting to get back on the map. Bollock, I need you to do me a favor, buddy. That jungle's not yours. Sit behind your towers and wait for your teammates. We cannot afford picks on either side. Picks are what are costing the game right now for Inters. Inters needs to play together. Unfortunately, Chemtech Soul isn't enough. You need that Elder Drake. You need to hold off to that Elder Drake and try to win the fight. That Baron, you're not going to win it without Seraphos alive. You're praying you can just defend until that Elder, and that's what they need to do. And that's what it looks like they're going to do. You see them pushing the waves, getting ready for that Baron take in advance. They have 3 minutes to defend and keep the game alive before they have a fight that can win them this intramural finals.
The question now is, can they find another miracle? Yes, Moon was able to find the critical 4-man Pop Blossom, but you gotta do it again. You gotta make it. First, you gotta beat this. You gotta survive through this Baron buff. You gotta make it to the Elder Drake. You gotta fight your way into the Elder Drake. You gotta take the Elder Drake, and then you have to win the ensuing fight. That's so many steps in a row. If it fails at any point, you just lose the game. And I don't know if the Inters can do it once again.
You
It's
need
so
the perfect.
tough.
You need the perfect scenario to not go to Game 5 right now. The perfect scenario is what will make Inters our intramural champions. Like we said, if it's LCK, Gen.G versus T1, their team wins. But that's not what it is, and we're 33 minutes in, and now it's them who are so heavily on the back foot. But they were able to find a fight to keep them alive. They're defending right now. Problem is Kale's on the split push. Their option, either take a fight here or take a fight on Kale, but they need to take a fight before their base implodes.
Blue team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
Sub-Zero 1, then you
walking
can take
in.
the bot in him. Just gonna waltz into the base.
Wait, here they go. They're looking for the engage on Sub. Moon taking a ton of damage. The Cataclysm is going to go fourth. They don't have Zaya with them. They decided to take a 3v1, and it's not going to be enough because she's able to go golden. Meanwhile, it's Jaspy who has cut their team off and found their carry. Caught open. Kasante not going to be able to survive long enough, and just like that, that one misplay of not setting your team together looks like it's costing them the game, as it's going to be an ace for 2LG with Jaspy running circles around them. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Silver Scrapes.
Game 5, the greatest 2 words in League of Legends. Romeo, we've made it to the promised land. 5-game series. This is what everybody wanted from this series. 4.5 enters, 2 lane glory, 1 game to decide it all in the UTLA intramural finals. And what a game for 2 lane glory. They refined their footing, managed to stem the bleeding, and take a convincing win in game number 4. What a game we just watched. And again, story of that game, it's got to be Jaspy on that Hecarim. Game 1, game 4, such a threat, and it's worked out for them both times.
And let's face it, Melon DeGallio did not. Melon DeGallio. We've only seen Sarah lose this series on the Mel, and it becomes the question, what do we keep up? What do we ban in game 5? I'm sure we're going to see a Hecarim ban.
But now at this point, Romeo, you're seeing there are so many champions that are absolutely lethal. We saw a pop off from the Hecarim. We saw even like a pop off from the Kale. We saw a pop off from the Riven. What are you even banning? Because you banned stuff like the Vayne every single game. What is 4.5 enters taking off the table? And more importantly, what is 4.5 enters leaving up for game number 5? I think that's the critical question.
Yeah, what do you leave up? There are so many picks that we've been seeing Sarah pop off on, that we've been seeing Jaspy pop off on, that we've been seeing the top laners pop off on. What do you leave up? What do you take away? And it turns out the teams want to go right into this game 5. We're not even going to take a break.
I mean, if I'm 4.5 enters, if I'm 2 lane glory, I'm just fighting to get into game number 5. And it's a good sign that they're both eager. Because on game 5, you leave everything on the table. And time again, what we see in these game 5s, in these Silver Scrape games, is teams afraid to make mistakes. Afraid to cost it all. Cost their team the entire tournament off of one bad play. But this enthusiasm, it signals confidence. And that tells me we're going to see a banger of a game 5. I'm so excited.
Well, with that, we are going to send it to a quick break and head back for game 5. So if you don't want to miss the winner of this intramural finals, don't go anywhere. Yeah, no, take your time. You're good. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Game 5. The teams were so eager that they went straight to the draft. So the Silver Scrapes is going to have to go for a moment as we go and look at what these teams are about to pick. Bands going through. Hecarim gone. Vayne gone. Riven gone. Nico going to be first pick over for Moon again. We see some beautiful pop blossoms in the last game. Didn't get them to win. Gwen going to be returning. We've seen Gwen popping off, especially with the lack of heal cut being bought at times. This time, though, it's being played into int. We've seen how much damage it could do in that game 2. In that game 3, I'm praying to God if we see more. If it's another game where Oblivion Orb is not bought, I lose it. Varus going to be locked in from Tulane Glory. We've been seeing this Varus pick be highly contested. It's been one of the stronger picks on the match, but it's never been the ADC to be in the winning matchup. Cassante, the immediate answer. Don't love it. Don't love it into Gwen. I think we should learn. But of course, Panda is just a top lane tank player, and he's been popping off on Cassandra the last couple of games. You gotta be getting more and more comfortable. Caitlyn gonna be locked in. We've seen Caitlyn being very strong earlier in this series. Caitlyn-Nico combo, not something we've seen together just yet, but I can see it being hyper-effective. 2LG gonna take their last pick of this first round of the draft, taking a moment to lock in, and we're most likely going to see a support get locked in into this Nico here. But what's it going to be? Do they lock the Varus Karma, or are we looking for something a little bit more spicy?
All going to come down to these round 2 bans. And the question is now, what are you banning out? Of course, Seraphos. Of course, it's Seraphos, getting this sort of a blue B5, B4, B5 round 2 pick. But the Gwen's already on the table. The question is, what are you banning on the side of INT? What are you banning if you're 4.5 inters here?
Yeah, I mean, let's be real. If you're 4.5 inters, you are banning the mid lane pool as much as you can. If you're 2LG, I think you're just banning junglers and seeing what you can do. Or sorry, vice versa. 2LG should be banning mid laners, Ints should be banning junglers, and that's exactly what we're seeing. You can't let Jasper come online. You can't let Sarah come online. With the Caitlyn pick, I think it's pretty unlikely we're going to be seeing some weird top lane stuff that gets swapped. I think it's very likely that this Caitlyn and Nico are just going to be staying in the bot lane. Maybe Nico's going to be doing some rotating. It's strange we haven't seen jungle picks come out, though. I don't think it's going to be a Gwen jungle.
Cassio and Galio coming out as bans. Like Galio, we haven't talked about Bob that much throughout the series, but he's been such a quiet star on this Galio. And we talked about it before. Mel doesn't do so well into the Galio. Like Seraphos and the Mel hasn't done so well into the Galio. Now it's banned out. The question is that what you're going back to in game number 5? Do you see that being in the cards for Romeo? Sorry, for Seraphos Romeo.
It could be. I mean, we're seeing every pick right now has been something we've seen in the past game. Every pick so far has been that. Scion obviously wasn't the best pick when we've seen it in the Cassiopeia. The ult wasn't really used to counteract Cassiopeia ult as much as we might have liked. But I'm a Bob did the thing where he didn't die, and that's what they needed from him. He didn't die, and they got pretty far in the game. Whoa! Our first new pick to come out. The Jax jungle. And it
there's the Azir for Seraphos. This is the kind of mid lane mage you expect when you see Seraphos in your lobby. This is the mid lane pick you expect 10 out of 10 times. 2LG didn't ban it out. It slips through. Oh, this is going to be such a treat of the game. Great top lane bruiser up for the Panda. And a beautiful mid lane mage for Seraphos. As we see 2 tanky beefcakes come out on R5, R4, R5 for 2LG into Scion and the Mundo.
Hey, Inters, I swear to God, if Nico or Azir do not buy an Oblivion Orb, I will scream into my microphone at 20 minutes as loud as I can, hoping that they can hear me from wherever they're playing. There is no way Mundo, Seraphine, and Gwen get to heal rent-free. Please don't have a repeat of Game 3 to end this. This series has been too close to lose off itemization.
But we saw on the in the previous game in that pivotal Game 3, where was INT being the beneficiaries of this healing, and 2LG, maybe itemizing a little bit incorrectly. The question is, does INT now recognize that they're on the flip side of that coin and buy that early Oblivion, or like you're saying? It's all going to be answered when we leave it all on the rip. But Romeo, in the meantime, what do you think of these drafts? You've kind of been missing a couple of times throughout the course of this series, so I want to get your take, give you one last chance to get it right. You know what I'm saying?
I think, you know what? I got it right last game at least. I'm 1 for 3. Here's the thing. This game, it's hard. I don't like Jack's jungle. I love the rest of their team. 2LG, on the other hand, I don't love the Scion pickup. I don't love the Mundo pickup. Just because the Mundo pickup has not felt all that useful in any game they've played, and I feel like their jungler has been a big part of making things happen. They seem to have disagreed. They're going back for the farming strategy. I think Mundo is good into Jax. I feel like what I'm worried about this game is how much of an impact we're really going to see from jungle. I feel like all these lane assignments are pretty fun, but what do the junglers do here?
I really think it is Jax who has a little bit more agency, especially in this early game. A lot of the time when we talk about what Balik's role has been for 4.5 inters, it's been this kind of early game facilitator. In the losing matchups, you stem the bleeding. In the winning matchups, you put on the pressure. And it's going to be on him once again to do the same thing. This time not on the Jarvan, but this time on the Jax. Sure, he's going to get a little bit out power farm by the Mundo. The Mundo is going to obviously clear way faster than the Jax, but the Jax has that agency. I want to see, can Balik make the early game happen for 4.5 inters? And for 2LG, the question is, can they ride it out and play these kind of beefcake front lines? This Gwen who's going to shred a Cassante, and these Seraphine Ivaris picks who are going to be lethal from range. Which team is going to execute their game plan better?
Is this where we decide what team we think is going to win? Here's the thing, and I'm only saying it because for some reason, the Azir pickup feels like I'm about to watch Faker pop off. I'm going int on this one. I have a feeling. I don't know what it is. Call it crazy. But the Azir pick, I think, is about to pop off. I think this is going to be a very close game, but I give the slightest of edges to int. What about you, Will?
And like you said, I agree with you totally. This game is going to be decided on the thinnest and thinnest of margins. When I think about players who can clutch up and really take games into their control, I look at sub 0-1. It's on the Gwen. A pick he was lethal on. Yes, he lost the game, but this Gwen was such a big problem. So I'm going to go opposite from you. I'm going to give the slightest of edges to 2LG. We're going to get a couple minutes to think about that as the players are wanting to send this game to a break for a little bit. Oh, never mind. It seems I'm getting a little bit of different communication.
No break, but what we can do is to ask you, chat, who do you think is going to win Game 5 before we get to the Rift? We're going to be there at any second. Drop in chat. Are we rooting for INT or are we rooting for 2LG? Is it going to be 4.5 inters or is it going to be 2-lane glory? Let us know your prediction in the chat right now.
Game number 5. My next question for you, Romeo, though, is how do you think the pressure from Game 5 makes this game different from the other 4 we've been playing? Because yes, this is the finals. Yes, Game 1 is important. Yes, Game 2 and 3 and 4 are important. But Game number 5 is where teams leave it all on the table. How do you think that pressure is going to affect the game?
It becomes the fact that we've had players go from exams into a 5-hour or 4-hour League of Legends match. We have, like, at this point, if you've ever played 5 games of League of Legends, and not just in solo queue, but in a competitive capacity in finals, you're covered in sweat. Let's be real. You're covered in sweat. You're wearing your bandana. You're keeping your hair out of your face, and you're trying to stay locked in. And that's where, in game 1, we said the best things to have is your comfort picks in game 1 and game 5, because you're already going to be fighting to focus. You're already going to be fighting to play at the top of your game 4 hours into this tournament final. And we see a lot of comfort picks on both sides. And I think it's about the execution of that and how much we've been playing these champions. There is 8 champions here that we've seen this series, and 1 champion who has been banned in almost every single game. And then Jax. So it's about the execution entirely and about making sure our brains are on to the best we can.
I want to touch on something you talked about before when you talked about these players sitting on sweat, sitting in a pool full of sweat, shivering in their chairs. Sometimes the difference maker can be if you've been here before. And Siesta on 2LG, she's been here before. 2-time split champion with UTLA. Let's see if she can make it a third, have that Faker style run. 3 splits, 1 for 2LG. Let's see if she can make it happen. We see a little bit of
Triple crown.
A cleaver. A
Can
cleaver
she
from the
be-
Mundo hitting the Panda.
Can she be the Faker of UTLA? That would be a crazy thing to win 3 splits in a row. Faker wins 3 world champions. Siesta wins 3 intramural championships. Like, it's basically the same thing. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
I'd actually argue winning UTLA is a little bit better than winning League Worlds.
well, if you really
I'm
think
sure
about
you would
it.
agree.
Oh, I would agree wholeheartedly. I mean, you get to get casted by Romeo and Will. It's a really better casting pair on the planet. Like, that's got to be the highest glory
Who
of a
cares
League of
about
Legends
Captain
player.
Flowers?
Who cares about Captain Flowers? Who cares about Kobe? It's us here today, and that's all that matters.
Who cares about $1 million when you could get 1 free lunch during your exam season? That is what we are playing for, guys.
And sometimes that's all that matters. And sometimes that's all you need to push through. For the viewers at home, this is like a game 5. I know I'm going to sleep well tonight after watching this.
And I'm going to write a short story, but we thank you guys. Anyone who's been here or has joined throughout the course of this 3.5 hours. We appreciate you guys, and of course, we still appreciate our sponsor, BMO Next Level. Make sure to check them out for sponsoring this intramural tournament. Right now, Gwen and Cassante going at it. We've seen earlier in the series these champions picked supposedly going to match up against each other, and then not. Now we're seeing what this matchup actually looks like. And right now, Cassante is getting the favor. Can Gwen pull it out? The flash away, keeping Sub 01 alive.
See, like, this wave state isn't that good for Sub-01. This is an absolute brutal situation to be in. Cassante getting the free, now getting to shove that wave in freely. You see that Sub-01 had to actually cancel his recall, being forced to pick up this wave.
Oh,
Now the Panda has his flash up.
Mundo full cleared quicker than Jax by over a camp and is waiting to look at Sarah Faust. Is he going to be able to find it? It's Sion taking in that matchup. A hard matchup for Sion here. Mundo going to leave and go to the Scuttle Crab, going to beat Jax there. But the question is who can smite it. It is going to be Mundo who smites it first. And now a fight going to break out. He lands the Q. He lands the E. The counter-strike going to miss. And now both bot lanes rotating up. Mundo going to get a little bit of the advantage in the fight here as Jax takes the back.
Now,
Mundo
correct me
walking
if
that
I'm...
mid lane. Can we see something from Sarah Faust? No? Okay.
And now, correct me if I'm wrong, Romeo, but I think this is the first game in the series where we've seen both Balak and Jaspy clear to the same side.
Not only that, it's the first game that at 4 minutes there hasn't been a kill.
Oh my gosh, you're right too. We're returning to very, I guess, call it standard gameplay. Jungle's clearing to the same side. Some very patient gameplay. It goes back to that game 5 mentality we're talking about, before, where neither team really, no player on either team wants to be the one to cost their team the tournament.
It's so hard when you're in a game like this, especially when the last 4 games have been bloody. The side selection was bloody. We are sitting here, and you just know you don't want to be that guy to give first blood. You not even just the cold. Let's be real, guys. You watch a teammate give first blood, and the morality drops. Your moral just decreases so much when your team gives first blood, especially in a game with even drafts where no team really has that heavy of scaling, right? Like, Azir and Caitlyn are going to be the strong ones we look for late game. Gwen, whoa! Varus jumping on it. That's going to be the first blood as we're talking about how no one wants to give it. Caitlyn goes down, and that Varus pick from Vinegar finds the opening as the blood begins to flow on the Rift 5 minutes in.
And that's exactly what you want in game number 5. First blood, take control of the bot lane. See in the top lane a little bit. The Panda, though half HP, has level 6 advantage, getting his zone off Sub-Zero 1 just a little bit. See Bala coming into the mid lane, looking to pressure Imano just a little bit. But Jaspy, they're turning their eyes onto the Dragon. Dragon falling down.
At the Dragon, who's gonna get it? Jaspy gonna be able to claim it, but now Seraphos coming. The flash once again coming out from Mundo. Do we have any Mundo Ghost fans in the chat, or am I like the only Mundo Ghoster? Like, I feel like Mundo with Ghost is just better than Mundo with Flash. Oh, there's going to be the seismic shove. Jack's going to jump forward. Sion living with 1 HP. 2 tower shots. 3 tower shots. And Sion gets to live, burning the flash of Jax. Seraphine on the rotate does find the Jax kill as well. It's 2 for nothing for 2LG.
And it's Ivanov again, getting out with just a sliver of HP. You see it here in the top lane, a little bit of a skirmish, a tense skirmish going on. Both sides walking out, just a sliver of HP once again. This top lane usually very bloody, but in this game, neither player wants to be the one to go down first and get solo killed first.
And the best part is, when we look at these games, mid lane has consistently been for Seraphos. Bot lane, when not rotated, has consistently been for Vinegar. But Panda and Sub-01 have constantly traded with each other who's winning that lane. Meanwhile, bot lane, we do see that Caitlyn picks up a kill on Varus. We're going to go ahead and look at the replay, see what happens. Varus had the itemization advantage, but a beautiful bind followed by some traps, and the Caitlyn-Nico combo shows what it can do. Oh, Encore under turret, but they still find Seraphine. It is Feats of Warfare claimed, though, because of one last stray tower shot, smashing the skull of Manskills.
2LG's got to feel pretty comfortable here. You're talking about it before. And what this game is really coming down to is sort of can Seraphos press his advantage more than Vinegar and Siesta can press theirs. Again, like you said, top lane looking super even this game. Mid lane going the way of Seraphos just a little bit, up 15 CS. But the bot lane, you gotta feel like it's still pretty even. We're gonna see where that goes. We see a little bit of a skirmish going on the top lane. Both top laners not backing down from the all-in this time.
Two beefcakes beating each other up. Panda gonna miss the knockout. The snip coming. Sub-01 taking the advantage right now. Grub's up though. Can he find the third snip on Panda? He's gonna try. He does find it. It's the first kill to the top laners, and it's gonna go over to Sub-01 of 2LG.
Yeah, 2LG looking to just take the grubs now. We've seen in previous games where the teams handshake first grub, first dragon. For this game, both are just gonna go to the side of 2-lane glory. You gotta feel pretty good if you're on red side this game. You did get a little
big stun from Vinegar, but not getting enough damage off without his trusted Seraphine.
As we pan over to the mid lane, Seraphos getting shoved in just a little bit, but still very confidently winning this mid lane matchup. Azir, huge lane range advantage over the Sion. No kills coming out, but that's a pretty hefty 20 CS lead.
And also, Azir's a champion that's just content to scale. He's happy. If he's getting just a CS advantage, he'll take it. The problem we do see with that, though, is Seraphos has consistently been one of the carries for 2LG. And his team in the side lanes are collapsing a little bit. We do see that Man Skills has a lot of gold with the kills. But with that top lane fight officially going over to Gwen, and it's only going to get more Gwen favored as the game goes on, Seraphos is going to need to quickly start finding some angles to get a bit bigger of an advantage over Sion. Oh, Gwen still going to be getting that snip soon. The ult coming through from Cassante, but is it going to be enough, quick enough? It's not. Look at that health. Look at the regen from Gwen, and the snip about to come online. Panda lucky to get to his turret alive.
Manages to dash out of the way of the Gwen snip. Saves him his life. But I want to turn back to something we were talking about before. We were talking about how Seraphos on this Azir pick is kind of content to just sit back and scale. My question is that enough in this game number 5? Is that what you want one of the leaders of your team to be doing? Is just sitting back, scaling, getting a CS advantage enough to win the UTLA intramural tournament? That's the question.
It really depends on what you do with that CS advantage. If he can turn that in the next couple of minutes to a kill advantage, start calling his Mundo over to get some slows off, seismic shove that Sion straight out of the turret and get some kills, it'll matter. But right now, Jax coming to the top to punish the Gwen. Is that going to be useful? Sub-01 gonna get stunned up there, and just like that, Bollock gonna get a kill. Mundo there too little too late. A big return for Inters.
Managing, so 4.5 Inters, managing to stem the bleeding the top side a little bit as the ult comes out from the Varus, and
oh, so many stuns. Encore goes through, and Varus and Seraphine rooting them forever. Seraphine right now 3-1 for 2LG. Not the best player on the team to have the kills, but if I have a support who's gonna have kills, it might as well be Seraphine.
Talked about it before. Siesta, she's been here before, and it's showing. 3-1, taking a dominant lead for the 2LG bot lane. And she's been a quiet, unsung star of this roster, and such a key, pivotal part in the 2 wins 2LG's amassed so far in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's been having some beautiful encore. We've been seeing Vinegar and Siesta play so well together, play so many good stuns together throughout these games. And it's really paying off. But the bot lane's still closer than it usually has been. Most of the kills on Siesta. Siesta, the gold threat right now for 2LG. Dragon here. Can they find the second Hextech Dragon? There it is. Soul coming onto the Rift. But Jax here, gonna find the double root. Pop Blossom gonna go forward. Finds the Mundo, ace in the hole, going to get Siesta. Siesta goes down. Jax gets a kill. There's the seismic shove we needed from Sarah. And now it is a downfall for 2LG. The first big kill in the river, and it's all going over to that Jax.
The Arcane Comet barely managing to finish off on the bomb. And the Inters, and 4.5 Inters now taking a pretty convincing lead 13 minutes into the game. It's 2K gold. It's a 1K gold lead, excuse me, for them. And what a fight that they got to play. We talked a little bit about, before Seraphos needing to translate the CS lead into a kill lead, and he's done just that. Manskill's back, gonna get interrupted, but just gonna walk it off. But Seraphos, that shuffle got them 2 extra kills,
Turret plating will soon fall.
and it's given them a kill lead in this game.
Yeah, it's a kill lead is always something nice to have, but the gold lead doesn't reflect it being a large one. Only 1,000 gold difference. The big thing, though, the longer this game goes, the better Gwen does into Cassante, the harder it gets for 2LG to pick side lane assignments. At some point, Azir is going to have to be the one who gets pushed into this matchup, because Gwen is going to keep tearing Panda apart and closing that gold gap for every second he's left in that lane, just like we've seen there.
Gwen already showing that she might have snowballed too far, getting the solo kill against the Panda, looking to take this top tier 1. Gatsby coming up to maybe help finish it off. But Romeo, I want to take a quick pause here. Take a look at the inventory of this Azir. What do you see?
It is the Oblivion Orb. Inter's making sure they won't be losing this game because of poor itemizations. Everyone in chat, please shout out Sarah for buying the greatest item in League of Legends history, the Oblivion Orb. Meanwhile, we're going to see it not put to use in this fight. Counter-Strike going to go forward, kills the Gwen, and Mundo, it is going to be used. Mundo not going to be getting as much healing from that maximum dosage. Azer got the hit off. He's dashing through, and it's going to result in Mundo dead. 2LG right now kicking themselves as they realize the power of Oblivion Orb into Mundo and Gwen.
Only paying in dividends. It was just one little Azir Q. That's all it takes to apply the grievous wounds. Jaspy gets finished off by one QW from Balak.
I can't believe if 2LG loses this game 5, it's really just an Oblivion Orb diff. But a Pop Blossom diff coming out. Here comes the TP from Azier. Seismic shoves the Varus into tower range, finds the kill. And now Sarah, using that CS advantage to good use, finds the return kill. A great TP, great flank angle, burns the flash of Varus, forces Seraphine away, gets a kill, gets CS, and just like that, Sarah showing why they are the captain of this team.
I'm a Bob. Trying to get a little bit of return. Procking Demolish on the mid-tier 1 as we see. Oh my gosh,
Wow.
it's dive coming in for Seraphos. That's a 1-for-1. Another kill going over to Siesta. That's another shutdown.
And now
Not
Jax
where you want
fighting
the
the
gold to be
Sion
going.
one-on-one. Sion, just not enough gold. Grandmaster at arms is used. Ace in the hole gonna come up, but it's gonna be the shield from Sion, keeping him alive in this game. Meanwhile, Gwen and Cassandra going at it again. I feel like we've seen this before. Are we gonna see it again? Gwen trying to find any angle they can. Doesn't know where Jax is on the map. Is a little hesitant on the engage. Focusing a lot on that dash forward from Panda. Could that have been a mistake? The snip's gonna fly. He makes it back to his turret alive, but with a big wave crashing, and Jax not there. Lots of damage gonna go over to the turret.
It's now Sub-Zero 1 convincingly winning each of these top lane interactions. He played it so well, using the Gwen W to cancel the knockup from the Cassante. And I'm afraid it's just going to get worse from here. Like you were talking about before, Romeo, it's not looking good if you're a side laner in this game on the side of 4.5 Inters.
And with the Rift Maker coming soon, I fear what happens to Cassandra. The Azier swap needs to happen soon for Inters. That needs to be what we're looking at. Sion right now getting jumped on by everyone. They are going to pick up their cannon minion of gold from Sion right before Dragon, trying to stop 2LG from getting to that soul point. They're now working their way into the mid lane. Varus going to use Chains of Corruption. Cassandra trying to dive forward, but it's not going to be enough as Vinegar able to sit on the turret. Big encore, going to stun two of them. Here comes Mundo, who goes where he pleases. Pop Blossom going to come out, but it's too late. As Man Skills goes down, the Cleaver going to find the slow. Nico forced to flash. Dragon still being taken by the Jax. Azer going to find that bottom turret. Meanwhile, topside, the T2 being pieced up right now by Gwen. It is going to be the T2 trade. 1-for-1 kills across the board. Dragon goes over to Inter's T2 turret. Goes over to 2LG.
And action all over the map, and it's not even quite over as Vinegar finishes off the mid-tier 1. And things were traded all over the map, but Romeo, I think 2-lane gaming kind of came up on top there. And for me, it's that top lane tier 2, that 700 gold injection, that's the difference maker. You can see it in the gold lead. 2-lane gaming taking a 500 gold lead now. Their first real gold lead of the game.
A piece of me thinks 2LG would have preferred that Dragon. At the moment, I know Bob go down instead of what we might have seen in other games where you send everyone at the Dragon and hope for the best despite the numbers advantage. They played opposite map, and they got a large advantage at it. There's still a Dragon up. Inferno Soul is big for both of these teams, and you're going to see both teams prioritize it. I'm no Bob right now, though, finding what it's like to go against a 6-1 Jax. Bollock right now is being what Jaspy was in previous games. The boss of the jungle. So much gold in that Jax.
But I don't even think, correct me if I'm wrong, they're not even the richest player on the Rift. The crown, the venture capitalist of this game has been Sub-Zero 1 on the Gwen. We saw it back in game 2, what Gwen can do into the Cassante, and we're seeing it now. As we see 4.5 Inters rotating several members topside to maybe deal with Sub-Zero 1. See a little bit of a collapse going on.
Gwen gonna be on the run here, flashes through, finds the blast cone, finally hits it, but Jack's still on top of them. They do get to their surfing, the call an ambulance, but not for him. Encore Hughes, Sub-01 finds Bollock, Sub-01 finds Nico, and the adventure capitalist is making sure that we don't revert to communism, because he is taking away money from everyone. He is the top 1% as he finds the triple kill.
And Sub-01 taking this into his own hands. Says Jax be damned. He says Seraphos be damned. He wants to win this game 5-3. Doesn't even begin to tell you how strong this Gwen is. You see the Otacon started up by two-lane Glory. It's not going to be any contest coming up from 4.5 Inters.
Well, they don't have anyone alive to contest it. And even on, the only thing they're trying to do right now is get that T2 tower in the bot lane. Try to reverse the sides of the map. Maybe pick up a Scion kill if they can. Seraphos was one of the only ones not in that fight. Most CS on the map. They are also going to pick up that mid T1 turret. Still trying to find plays, even if they're losing big objectives.
But net negative the trade is. He gets a 2,000 gold lead out for two-lane Glory, as well as the Otacon going over to them. It's a huge objective lead. Only a Dragon and a Rift Herald over to the side of 4.5 Inters, but 2 Drakes, all 3 Grubs, and now the Otacon over the side of two-lane Glory, as we see potentially a little bit of a skirmish over here on the Scuttle Crab. It's going over to the side
Smite
of Balak.
taken by
Balak. Away.
Herald right now using the top lane, looking to take that top T1. It is the last T1 still on this map. Crash gonna go forward. Can Panda finish the job? It is Panda versus I'm No Bob. Meanwhile, Counter-Strike gonna land on the Mundo. The grind does not go through from the Nico. Finally, the lane objective change. Seraphos taking on that Gwen. Dodges the snip. Can he outplay it? No, the second snip gonna hit. Gonna hurt badly. Gwen doesn't commit to the play. Mundo arrives. He's gonna try to find a finished angle. It's not gonna work. Sub-01 just too strong. 6-3. Encore gonna go forward. Jack's gonna be rooted. Jack's gonna be sent to the gray screen. Vinegar gonna be the one who finds the kill. And now Varus starting to pull ahead of man skills.
These small skirmishes, these small awkward interactions that two-lane Glory has been so good at taking advantage at all throughout the series, and it's paying in spades in this game number 5. Take a look at the bounties. The bot lane firmly ahead. The top lane firmly ahead. DK Moon looks like he's hiding up behind the turret a little bit.
That's crazy, actually. What? I've never seen a Nico do that. That is so cool. Pops out from behind the turret, realizes it's the one target they didn't want to deal with, a Gwen, waits for that TP. Can they find a huge bounty for Seraphos here? They're not going to commit to it. Oh, I was hoping they would die for it. That'd be a huge bounty to get on Seraphos, and you need gold on Seraphos right now.
And it's the namesake. Two-lane Glory, because 2 lanes are firmly ahead. It's really up to this mid lane, to Seraphos. See if he can, take his advantage back. We see an ult coming out, all out coming from the Panda, looking to take down the Silent. 200 years champion forces the Silent to flash away.
How does he do that much damage? It always baffles me. I'm like, oh yeah, Silent's safe. And then you just watch half his health bar disappear randomly, and you're like, okay, I guess he wasn't. But Inferno Drake here, it will be soul point for KLG if they can get it. There's going to be the Pop Blossom, followed by an Encore from the other side. Moon's going to be the one who goes down. No real damage coming out from Inters. It's only Jax who's super strong here. Seraphos trying to piece people up. Does find the shutdown on Seraphim, but can he get out alive? He's going to dash away on the troops. In the top side, Panda with a weird engage. I don't know what he thought he was going to do there, but it's going to come at the cost of his own life. And Inferno Dragon firmly going to go over to QLG. 1 dragon away from Inferno Soul.
Sub-01. We talked, one of the weaknesses we highlighted of him in the previous games is that, maybe he wasn't the most effective in team fights, but he's proven it here now, leveling up in this game number 5, and convincingly winning this big 5v5 team fight. As we see, I'm the Bob, 1.5 HP, Seraphos DPSing, but it's a Scion. It's a huge health bar to get through, and it's not quite enough. Doesn't even get down to 1,000 HP. It's a big uphill battle for 4.5 Inters at this point.
Yeah, 4.5 Inters Probably not feeling the best in the world in this moment of time, but anything can happen on the Rift. We've seen them down a couple thousand gold, win one big team fight, and get back in the game in this series alone. We've seen them win a game because the other team just refused to buy heal cut. Right now, they have a 6-4 Jax. They have a Seraphos who has a lot of CS. They might not have a gold advantage, but they have two players with huge gold injections in them. And if those players can find the right opening, if Seraphos can find a bounty on Gwen, anything is still possible in this game. Baron and Nash are going to spawn on the map now. 2LG going to be looking to control that pit, but right now it is Inters who have control of the map.
The Pandas facing off against, I don't know, Bob, tank v tank gameplay. Not a lot going to go on there as Balak joining the party, pressuring off the Scion. Both teams posturing around the Baron. You know, like you said, this INT 4.5 Inters roster, you know, they might not have the goal lead, but we've seen them make miracles before. You can see 2-Lane Glory definitely respecting them.
There's going to be the encore. It hits the one person you don't want to do. Seraphos going to go down before the fight's even started. Pop Blossom comes out too late. Bear is doing a ton of damage, but it is still a shutdown from Man Kills, who's able to get the kill and leave the fight. Gets a second one with the ace in the hole. Finds both Seraphine and Varus. Can he run away? Mundo chasing him down. One cleaver will do it. Can he find the cleaver? Wow, he's just so fast. He's just running between 3 turrets. Mundo goes where he pleases.
He just runs down the Caitlyn, and this is going to be Baron for 2-Lane Glory. This Gwen absolutely shredding the Baron. The Panda trying to have a little bit of resistance, posturing off against Jaspi, getting the knock-up, taking off the passive from the Mondo, but, you know, there's just not enough damage there. You see, Cassante can't do anything against Dr. Mundo. 200 years of gameplay experience doesn't matter when Dr. Mundo goes where he pleases.
And there's going to be the Baron Nashor slain by 2LG. It would take a lot for them to lose at this point, as we see 8,000 gold in their favor. Dragon in 2 minutes time, and if you're interested, you need it. You cannot afford to give up Inferno Soul. Let me ask you.
We've seen it. Yep.
If you're interested,
what's up, Romeo?
What's the plan? What's the 2-minute game plan here to make sure you get Inferno Soul and don't lose the game? Or at least Inferno Dragon and don't lose the game.
I'm looking for a repeat of what happened just one game ago in Game 4. And the person I'm looking at Moon again. This Nico, he found the 4-man ultimate in game number 4. I trust him to do it again. Because if 4.5 Inters want a chance at this game, it's going to have to come at a ginormous play. Like a 4-man Pop Blossom.
Pop Blossom counter-strike into a seismic shove might just save them the game. Can you find the Wombo combo? That's the question. Can you split the team with the seismic shove? What can they do as their base is being clawed away from minion after minion? We do see Seraphos on an angle, trying to see what he can find. He's getting a lot of damage off with the troops. But is it going to be enough with Gwen invading the bottom side of their base? The 4-1 right now, the 2 lanes strategy that their namesake is created by. Jax trying to find anything. Counter-strike gonna miss. Lots of damage gonna be taken. Mid inhib, about to fall. Same with Balak, who has almost no HP left standing. Panda trying to get in front of him, making sure, hey, look at me, not at him. As the all-out goes forward, Balak trying to run. Grandmaster's arms going to be used to try to keep him alive. Dives back into the fight, but doesn't fight enough. Pop Blossom goes through. It is a 4-man, but his whole team is dead. And it's just Panda against the world. Can Panda find anything? He's going to go down. And just like that, in the flash of an eye, 2LG are going to be your UTLA intramural champions.
And 2-Lane Glory make it happen in game number 5 with an absolutely dominant victory over 4.5 Inters. What a tournament run from this roster, dropping just 2 games in the finals, all tournament long, going undefeated in groups, getting a 2-0 win in quarterfinals, getting a 2-0 win in semifinals, but giving us a nail-biter of a series to watch in the finals. Congratulations to 2-Lane Glory. Congratulations to 4.5 Inters. You were not the winners today, but you gave us a great showing for it.
Yeah,
what a series.
Game 5, I mean, this is what you hope for in the finals of every tournament you watch. And it so rarely happens. To have two teams go virtually undefeated throughout these playoff sectors, make it to Game 4 in such an interesting fashion. A lot of great plays, a lot of int plays, a lot of blood on the rift. You can't really ask for a better night.
When you talk about exciting League of Legends, you're not looking for robots. What you're looking for is you're looking for bloodbath after bloodbath, skirmish after skirmish. And this series, well, it delivered on all sides. What a series.
With that
We're
said,
gonna-
we have players waiting to be interviewed. So we're going to go ahead and go to a quick break, and you guys will be able to hear from our champions. Stay tuned.
welcome back UFT Esports to the UTLA intramural finals post game. We're joined here with Siesta of
Hello.
Two Lane Glory. First of all, Siesta, congratulations on your win. How are the feelings right now?
Oh, well, that was a 5 game. That was the most league I've played in a while since it was midterm season. But I'm just really relieved and also proud of my team because at first, like we started the split with like we were 4 people on 4 different roles, and then we were just trying around different roles and stuff like that. And then on like the ranking that UTLA did for our team, we were like at the bottom at first, I swear. So I'm just really proud, and I'm also like glad it's over.
That's wonderful to hear. But I want to talk about this. I want to talk about not this series, but a little bit of everything that came before because you guys went undefeated in the group stage. I mean, talk about being ranked at the bottom. What an underestimation of your guys' teams. But then you get to the finals and it's an absolute nail biter. How did you guys, process the pressure, manage just how tough a 5 game series can be?
Well, it was feeling good. We started off 1-0, and it really like helped with our confidence and stuff since um Patrick, the enemy mid laner, is probably the biggest threat, and he's like, "I'll get my revenge on you guys." And we were kind of scared of like what they've been cooking. But that game was well, and then second game, unfortunately, we kind of threw our lead, so we were feeling kind of uneasy, kind of unconfident since that was our first loss of the whole split. Third game was like a hit to the ego, and we were all
Can I ask one question about
yeah.
game 3? Why did we not buy Oblivion Orb?
Um, let me check what happened that game. Kind of.
That was the game where Galio bought Bramble and you guys were against like Gwen, Mundo, and Vladimir.
I can tell you up here in the booth, Romeo was going through it just a little bit over.
And I mean that with the
lack
utmost
of
respect,
heal.
because you guys like slaughtered game 1, and you guys had some killer performances in game 4 and 5. But I'm curious what was going down in the call in that game 3.
It might have just been a depression game, I think.
That's
I think
so
it'll
valid,
just go
actually.
to the archives, to be honest.
That's so valid. I respect that answer
I
so
mean,
much, actually.
Bot lane was feeling good though. We got a few like duo kills, but top lane was suspicious. But I don't blame Ben. Thank you, Ben. You're good.
Now I know
Look,
you
Yon is one of those champions where you're either going 0-10 and 10-0, and it just that happens. It's that happens.
It was also, I think, the first game we didn't ban Vladimir. I think we were just trying something, but I guess Patrick went crazy.
It's so
Now
valid.
now I know you described game 3 as a little bit of a hit to the ego. But you guys recovered really, really well moving into game 4 and even game 5. How was that turnaround like emotionally like for you guys? How like kind of what was going down in the call in that break between game 3 and game 4? How'd you guys turn it all around?
Something that they pulled in like game 2 and 3 that had me really confused too as like support, and I think everyone else too, was the lane swaps they like started off with. So instead of putting like the top laner versus our top laner, they'd put ABC or they'd put mid lane, and it actually really screwed us over. So we were just talking about how we would react to that, and we like ended up deciding that we would just like wait in river and see who showed next game. Especially since we had Kale and Galio, and we want like Kale to have the best lane possible, so we didn't want her to play versus Mel. And it ended up working out, and we got like the preferred lane assignments. So that was a good start to our 4th game.
With you winning 2 splits in a row now, is there any advice you can give to anyone who wants to enter this intramurals next year or next split?
When I first entered, that was kind of my first like debut into UTLA. Like I didn't play with anyone before, but I really, really enjoyed it. So if there's any like lurkers who are watching and want to like enter, like just do it. Like you will probably get an amazing team and learn a lot and play well in like a more coordinated setting, and I think that was really fun for me when like my background was basically just like solo queue or whatever. So my advice is just try things out with your team, have fun, and don't stress too much.
I want to ask you just you mentioned something there super interesting, Siesta. You talked about how you were kind of thrown into a team that with people you don't really know. What's that process like of becoming this really cohesive unit? Because you guys had some immaculate team play, especially in that game 4 and game 5. What's the secret sauce? What turns a bunch of strangers into a lethal League of Legends team?
Hmm. I think we did have like a bit of a rank disparity, but um, I think really putting our time and helping the lower rank players, like we can like kind of guide them up and help them play higher elo. Um, I think that was really helpful because people may have like underestimated Evelyn and Tenzin, but like really they're like the secret backbone to our team, and like we really couldn't have done it without them. As well back with like always like talking about like what the win cons will be or what play we're gonna like try and do on the map to get everyone on the same page, I think is really important in team play. So just communication and like keep on trying because we were definitely like upset over the 2 losses, but we kept on going, kept up the good attitude, and we were able to bring it back.
I want to ask another question specifically about game 4. You talked about how you brought it back, but there was a moment towards the end where Moon got a huge 4-man pop blossom. You guys were up about 8,000 gold, but 4.5 Inters got the 4-for-0 trade. What was going through your mind during that play? I know it could be such a scary time, especially when you guys were down 1-2 in the series. And how'd you guys bounce back from that?
Um, I might have short-term memory. Can you tell me what minute this is at in game 4? And then I can like
I'll set the
refresh.
scene for you.
Okay.
So game 4, you guys have already claimed 1 Baron for your team, and now you're setting up for the 4th dragon. 4.5 Inters is on Soul Point, and you guys have
Yeah.
really dominant mid, bot side,
Yeah.
blue side jungle control. But
Okay,
Moon
yes.
sneaks up, gets a 4-man pop blossom on the Nico, and manages to basically get a 4-for-0 trade. And that basically then that for the most part equalized the game at that point. I
I
know it could be
see.
super scary. I just wanted to get a sense of like what's going through your team's head at that point and how you guys converted that to a win.
I think with that Baron, us securing the Baron at first was like really good confidence for us, and our original plan was to get top tier 2. But we ended up kind of getting scared that they might engage on us mid, so we decided to all like group mid. And I don't think we really got much value off that Baron. But we had the dragon control, and we were looking for the pick on the Cassante. But he was so tanky and we couldn't kill him fast enough, and yeah, he snuck up on us. And honestly, after that, it was a little sad because we couldn't like get good like value from the Baron, but we knew they couldn't end the game, and I think we were still ahead. So we were like, "Don't worry, guys, we still got it," and we were feeling like honestly not bad at all. I think someone even said it's okay. The soul's only good on Cassante, so it's all good.
And it definitely worked out just wonderfully for you guys. You guys managed to equalize and eventually win game 5. Siesta, is there anybody you want to shout out from your team, from beyond in UTLA? Is there anybody you want to thank for this win or anything like that?
Everyone on my team, Ben, Jasper, Evelyn, Tenzin, as well. Um, we had a lot of great supporters like Hamza, #1 supporter, Ali, AB. Thank you for coaching me and Evelyn. That definitely helped us with bot lane because at first me and Evelyn didn't really like pair that well, and there was like trouble with our play styles and like playing together because we were different ranks and stuff. But I love her, so let's go. And let me see. Everyone else in UTLA for supporting the split and cheering us all on.
One final question for you, Siesta, and for I guess the wider team as well. What are you guys gonna do with the $100 you've won for winning the split?
Yes. This is the question we all want to know.
I think the answer to most of this is just a team dinner, and then can use that to cover some cost. Actually, last split, like we did a team dinner too, but the bill ended up being $60 per person. So, uh, but it's okay. It was still good vibes, and we can know each other. Cause I think I've only met like half the team.
A full
Well,
team
CS
dinner sponsored by BMO.
and
I'm
Siesta.
looking forward to it.
What restaurant do you guys think you're gonna go to? If you had to guess, like where would you want to go to with this $100?
Oh, well, it would be somewhere downtown. I think we'll all have to think about it. Last split, we went to Heidi Lao, but I think we'll stay away from there to keep the budget a little lower.
Siesta. I hope you guys and the rest of Lane Glory have a really, really well-deserved team dinner after that game 5. I want to thank you once again for coming down and doing this interview with us. It was a pleasure to watch you guys. It was a banger of a game 5 series. I know it might not have been the undefeated split you guys were looking for, but it was such fun casting. It was absolute pleasure.
And
Thank you
so
so
much
much
to
Siesta.
you and the production team for capturing this all. I will definitely watch it back and probably be like, what was I doing? Or what were we doing? But it was all fun.
The
in
answer to
end.
that question was winning.
Yeah. But any final remarks before you head off Siesta for the night? I know it's late. We want to let you go, but any final remarks you have for the stream and for the UTLA community?
UTLA, I love you. And I'm so excited for next split. And thank you to everyone for supporting. And if you are a lurker and you're wondering if you should sign up for split next semester, you should, because you'll probably not regret it.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Siesta. Chat, give it up for Siesta and Lane Glory, your champions for UTLA intramural split this fall 2025. It was an absolute pleasure having you on, Siesta. Have a phenomenal rest of your night.
Thank you so much. Okay. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
What a series. What an absolutely amazing series we got to witness here between Tulane Glory and of course we once again need to thank our sponsor for being able to put us together and giving us a prize pool on the series, BMO. To help you focus on what's important, BMO has checkings and saving accounts, credit cards, and borrowing options specifically designed for students. Open a BMO student account and get up to $950 in value, including $175 cash with BMO's current student offers. Visit bmo.com/students for details.
The subsidiary BMO Next Level. It's a first of its kind program dedicated to helping gamers level up in-game and IRL. Run by Sean Frame, BMO's gaming relations specialist, Sean brings a commitment to helping viewers achieve their financial goals and has a passion for gaming as an active member of the gaming community. You can follow their channels at https://linktree/BMO Next Level. Once again, thank you, BMO, for sponsoring this tournament, to sponsoring this split. Thank you to all the competitors in the UTLA community. Thank you to all the viewers at home who watched this absolute 5-game banger of a finals. Most of all, thank you to the UTLA and UT Esports production team for making this all possible.
Shout out to Zedroid and Eric for being with us tonight as well, silently behind the stream. And shout out to all of you lovely viewers who were with us for the last 4.5 hours.
And that's going to bring us to the end of the UTLA Intramural Fall 2025 split with Tulane Glory as your champions in a banger of a Game 5 set against 4.5 Inters. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm Will. This is Romeo signing off for tonight. Have a wonderful evening. Have a good night, UFT.